to order. Sergeant at Arms, please clear the chamber. All unauthorized persons will please leave the floor. And members, I will ask that you take your seats. I have the honor today of announcing that founder and convener Anju Bhargava of the Hindu American Seva Charities will deliver the invocation. All rise.
Namaste. Om Ganapatiye Namaha. Let us honor the place within us where love, truth, light, and peace reside. We thank you, God, for the abundance that surrounds us, the natural beauty, the resources, and the values lit by the torch of liberty in this land of the free and the brave. The light has brought people of all ethnicities, traditions, and countries to this nation and continues to enrich us all as Americans. Lord, we thank you for the men and women who have made our state and our country strong. Let us honor each other as creation of the one God. Today, our country faces many challenges on many fronts. It requires us all to come together to cooperate to solve the pressing problems. Let us pray. Om Sahana Vavavtu, Sahanau Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karvavahe, Tejasvinavadhitamastu, Ma Vidvishavahe, Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. May God protect us. May He nourish us. May we work together with great energy. May our study be brilliant and fruitful. May love and harmony dwell among us. Om, peace, peace, peace. Let us strengthen the various communities we are part of by not only working harmoniously, but by focusing on how we expend our energy. Let us develop our ability to concentrate by clearing the clouds in our own minds. Let us face the challenges in conducting the legislative duties courageously and do what is right for our municipalities, counties, state and country, and all our people. In any action we undertake, our duty is primarily to perform the task at hand in the best way we can. Let the results be guided by God, who has ultimate control. So by focusing on the work, doing it right, we keep our mind free from negative thoughts, from anxiety, personal interactions, and rise above it. Let us endeavor to remove all interference in the successful completion of the task at hand. Soon we will observe Memorial Day. O Lord, we remember before you with grateful hearts the men and women of our country who served the cause of freedom and justice when called for by our nation. We are humbled and moved by their courage and sacrifice. Lord, help our leaders here to honorably conduct the public service to strengthen our country. We commend to your gracious care these men and women in our legislature. Give them the courage and understanding to face what may come in their own line of duty. Bless them and our leaders with a continual sense of your presence. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May the world and our lives be one of peace, prosperity, joy, and happiness. In the name of one God over us all, Om Ganapatiye Namaha, Namaste.
Please remain standing as Assemblyman Upendra Shivakula from the 17th District leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, have all the required notices been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act?
Yes, they have, Madam Speaker.
Notice of the calendar for this session of the General Assembly having been sent to the members of the House, the Secretary of State, and the State House Press, and posted in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, I declare the House to be in session. Madam Clerk, please open the machine for a quorum call.
No, this is crazy.
Are all recorded, properly recorded? Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, you have 77 members present. You have a quorum.
We will dispense with the reading of the minutes. The Chair recognizes Majority Leader Joseph Cryan, who moves that the reading of the minutes be waived, seconded by Majority Conference Leader Joan Quigley. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
It's only resolution by Solomon Shivakula, whereas the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey is pleased to honor and salute Surendra K. Kusek, Ph.D., a highly esteemed member of his community, in recognition of his outstanding dedication and commitment as the founder of the Mrs. Helene Kusek Women's College in India. And whereas named in honor of his beloved wife, the Women's College was founded by Dr. Kusek in 1999 to fulfill the mission of providing excellent educational opportunities for women in this rich rural area of India. And the school has grown and prospered to offer master's level degrees in arts and sciences and an outstanding education curriculum. And whereas by repeatedly demonstrating his devotion to helping others, Dr. Surendra K. Kusek has earned the respect and admiration of all who know him and has set a standard of excellence towards which others might strive. Whereas altogether proper and fitting for this House to commend Dr. Kusek for his efforts and to praise him as an individual of strong character and exceptional determination. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this House hereby honors Dr. Surendra K. Kusek, pays tribute to his record of leadership, service, and commitment in benefit of higher education for women in India, and extends best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors.
Assemblyman Shivakula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we celebrate Asian American Heritage Month, and it is appropriate that we recognize the role of women. When you educate a woman, you educate a family. When you educate many women, you educate a community, a society, and a nation. So began Dr. Surendra Kusek, who wanted to eliminate the educational disparity among women, especially in the rural areas. And so he started this college, and working with the Helena Kusek Foundation, he has been raising funds and trying to promote and eliminate disparities. So I just take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Kusek for coming to the New Jersey General Assembly.
The Chair recognizes Mr. Surendra Kusek to address the General Assembly.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, honored members of the August House of the historic state of New Jersey. I am Dr. Surendra Kusek, and it is my pleasure and privilege to be present before you to humbly receive the honor of a legislative resolution commending and recognizing Mrs. Helena Kusek Women's College in the state of Rajasthan in India and the Helena Kusek Foundation here in the United States, which support the college and its other educational and cultural activities. I became a naturalized citizen of this great country in 1980 and imbibed and uphold the great American value of community service and generosity to others, particularly to disadvantaged members of society. The United States is the only country where more than 90% of us give their time, money, or both to their fellow human beings at home and around the globe. Giving education to others is one of those gifts that empowers and enriches the recipient in their lives and generations of those who follow them. Empowering women is essential for progress. The college is entering its 12th academic year in 2010, and it has already made great difference in the lives of 760 graduates since 2002. We Americans truly care for underprivileged. We truly try to make this world a better place. We truly honor women and empower them to be great leaders like you with the solid foundation of higher education. We care for rural, impoverished women in India and elsewhere and give them hope and opportunity. I thank my dear friend, Honorable Deputy Speaker Upendra Chivukula, and all of you for this great day in the history of women of India and the Mrs. Helena Kaushik Women's College, who are honored and recognized by a legislative resolution this day. I remain forever grateful and humbled by your kindness and support. I also thank my good friend, Mr. Pratap Mohanty, Counsel for Education, Culture and Press at the Consulate General of India in New York, who is very kind to be present here with us on this most auspicious occasion in his otherwise busy schedule. Again, I thank you and the people of New Jersey, whom you represent from the bottom of my heart. I extend a warm invitation to all of you to visit India and the college, to the people of New Jersey, visit India and Rajasthan. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to introduce this statement and a few other items of documentary and annual reports in our records. Thank you so very much. God bless America and Indo-American friendship. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Anyone further on the resolution? If not, all those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
Slowly resolution by Slowly Speaker Oliver and all the members of the General Assembly. Whereas the members of the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey are pleased to honor and congratulate the 2010 Prudential Spirit of Community Awards winners, highly esteemed young members of their Garden State communities, in recognition of their praiseworthy efforts in behalf of their community at large. And whereas this prestigious accolade presented by the Prudential Financial Group in partnership with National Association of Secondary School Principals acknowledges middle school and high school volunteers across America who demonstrate an extraordinary commitment to serving their communities. And whereas the 2010 honorees will receive a silver medallion, $1,000, and all expense paid trip to the national event in Washington, D.C. And whereas the 2010 distinguished finalists will receive bronze medallions. And whereas the strength and success of the state of New Jersey, the vitality of its communities, and the effectiveness of our American society depend in great measure upon the concerned and dedicated young people exemplified by the 2010 Prudential Spirit of Community Award winners who use their talent and abilities for the common good. And whereas by repeatedly demonstrating the devotion to helping others, the 2010 Prudential Spirit of Community Award winners have earned the respect and admiration of all who know them. Therefore, be it resolved by the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this House hereby honors and congratulates the 2010 Prudential Spirit of Community Awards winners, pays tribute to their record of service and commitment to helping others, and extends sincere best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors.
Assemblywoman Lampett.
Thank you very much, Speaker Oliver. I am so very proud to be able to stand in front of you today to honor these young people, these young, inspired, civically minded, very focused individuals and all of their accomplishments. They have proven to us, to their parents, to their principals, to Prudential, to those that are recognizing them here today, that they are the heart of New Jersey. They are the future of New Jersey, but they are the future of our country as well. I think standing behind me, maybe we have the next Speaker of the House. Maybe we have the next President of the United States. And maybe we have standing behind me somebody that's going to solve world hunger. And I do believe that, my heart of hearts, looking at all of these faces. You know, I'm standing here, and I'm very proud to be able to say that the young lady that's standing right over my shoulder to my right is somebody that continues to inspire those in the community in which we live, in Cherry Hill. She's done some really dynamic, fantastic work, be it on teen suicide issues or be it for children who have been in foster homes, and being able to enhance the knowledge of our community and the students that actually go to school in Cherry Hill East. She is something fantastic. Actually, I'm pretty proud of the fact that I'm going to be able to get to see her for the next 4 years because she's going off to the University of Pennsylvania where I work, so I'm going to get to see Shayna a lot next year for the next 4 years. But all of these individuals behind me are being recognized for all of that type of work that they do. And thank you to Prudential for actually continue to believing in our children and the youth of New Jersey. Thank you all very much.
The chair recognizes Sylvia Biviano to address the General Assembly.
The Prudential Spirit of Community Awards would like to thank the legislature for their support over the past 13 years and helping us recognize young volunteers. We would also like to give a special thanks to Assembly Speaker Sheila Oliver and her staff for helping us bring these young volunteers to your attention. Thank you.
Is there anyone further on the resolution? All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. All those, excuse me, I recognize Assemblywoman Denise Coyle.
The national winner among us today, Shannon McNamara, from our Sullivan Beyond High 16th District, and also the graduate of Bridge High School. We're so Shannon, especially great kudos to you, and we're all very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hear me.
Resolution on the clerk's desk.
Joint legislative resolution by Senate President Sweeney, Assembly Speaker Oliver, and all members of the legislature. Whereas the Senate and the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey are pleased to join in saluting the admired student recipients of the 2010 Wallenberg Honors, and whereas the Wallenberg Foundation of New Jersey and the Wallenberg Honors Committee recognizes middle school and high school students who demonstrate unusual courage and compassion in their service to others and who promote understanding, acceptance, tolerance, and peace in their community. And whereas New Jersey's young people who set their goals high, who persevere in the pursuit of their goals, and who reach their desired milestones and accomplish their objectives, stand as an example and as inspiration to their fellow citizens of all ages. And whereas it's both proper and fitting for this legislature to note the praiseworthy community achievements of all of the 2010 Wallenberg Honors through their compassion and service to others. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Senate and the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this legislature hereby honors and congratulates the 2010 Wallenberg Award recipients and commends their remarkable demonstration of responsible citizenship that has earned the respect and esteem of their families, their friends, and their community at large.
Assemblyman DeCroce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to recognize today these youngsters who have achieved the Wallenberg Honors for their citizenship, their courageousness, and their compassion. We salute you for your ability. Thank you.
Assemblyman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to congratulate our students and our winners. You know, Raoul Wallenberg was a real hero, a Swedish diplomat in World War II who worked at great peril to himself to save many victims of the Nazi oppression in Hungary in the 1940s. And to honor Raoul Wallenberg, I think, is a healthy thing for our democracy, and to have students in our high schools remember him and try to emulate him and try to keep his legacy alive, I think does our state a great service. I want to thank the students for their hard work and congratulate them on their award.
Thank you, Assemblyman Weber. Anyone further on the resolution? Okay, all those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
Assembly resolution by Assemblyman Connors and Conaway, Assemblywoman Tucker, Assemblyman Wilson, and Assemblywomen Gove and McCose. Whereas the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey is pleased to honor and salute Colonel Stephen J. Abel as he concludes an outstanding 10-year service as Deputy Commissioner of Veteran Affairs in the New Jersey Department of Military and Veteran Affairs. And whereas Colonel Abel is a graduate of Indiana University of Pennsylvania, where he earned his commission through the ROTC program and was a distinguished military graduate. And whereas Colonel Abel has served this state's veterans as Deputy Commissioner of Veterans Affairs since November 2004, and the depth of his knowledge and experience have contributed immensely to the successful functioning of the department. And whereas Colonel Abel has received an array of decorations, including the Defense Superior Service Medal, 2 awards of the Legion of Merit, 6 Meritorious Service Medals, the Army Commendation Medal, the Army Achievement Medal, the National Defense Service Medal with Bronze Star, the Army Service Medal, the Overseas Ribbon with numeral 3 device, and the Army Staff Badge. And whereas Colonel Abel is respected and admired by his friends, his colleagues, and the people of the state of New Jersey as a courageous citizen who has displayed exceptional dedication to duty and professional excellence during his military service. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this House hereby honors and salutes Colonel Stephen G. Abel upon the occasion of his retirement, salute his superb record of service and commitment, and express sincere best wishes for continued success in all future endeavor.
Assemblyman Connors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colonel Abel, I want to point out that you do have some friends in the gallery, too, from the Veterans of Foreign Wars, American Legion. This is an interesting moment for me because, quite frankly, I feel like this resolution should be given to you for putting up with me for the past 10 years, Colonel. You can laugh if you want. Colonel Abel has been such a contributor to the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs for the past 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of things that we take for granted post 9/11 and all the things that have happened with our deployed soldiers and also with the just our veterans, some of which are seated up in the gallery, and some of you are probably veterans here in the audience. But quite frankly, my committee, of which I have been on for the past 12 years, and I've chaired it for the past, I guess, going on 9 years, a lot of the decisions and a lot of the things that happen, quite frankly, happen in concert with working with Colonel Abel. And even those of you out here, members, that have had introduced bills that have affected our deployed soldiers or our veterans, you probably have consulted with Colonel Abel, who, of course, has been working under the leadership of the Adjutant General, Major General Glenn Reith. But a lot of the things that he has done, we may not see. The Veterans Memorials, the World War II Memorial across the street, I will argue that Colonel, it's your leadership that has made that happen. It has made that happen. And his dedication, the Korean War Memorial, the Vietnam Memorial, those of you in New Jersey that have visited that, and the service officers that are out there taking care of our veterans, making sure that they get the benefits. That has been the Colonel's responsibility to make sure that that happens. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings money into the state of New Jersey when our veterans get what they deserve. And Colonel Abel and his job has been responsible for that. The veterans' homes, the 3 veterans' homes that exist in New Jersey, ladies and gentlemen, they represent, for those of you who don't know, 75% of the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs budget. And Colonel Abel has been overseeing that. He is making sure that our veterans have gotten the best care that they can possibly get. And if it's a surviving spouse, that they are getting the best care that they can possibly get. And one of the most recent things that the Colonel and I had an opportunity to work on was the cremains bill. You may have read about it, you may know about it, and you probably voted for it. Was legislation that made sure that where the cremains, the ashes of some of our soldiers have been sitting in hospitals, sitting in funeral parlors for the past 20 years, we are making sure that they are getting an honorable funeral, an honorable service. And Colonel, I can remember you and I sitting together when we interred the first cremains. And what was interesting, these soldiers they were basically orphans. Their cremains were left at a funeral parlor or a hospital and never claimed and sat there for many, many years. And when we interred the cremains of the first 2 soldiers, we basically sat there as the family because they were orphans, and we sat there as the families, and as you would for your loved one, we accepted the flag as if we were their family. And it was in concert with the Colonel and the Vietnam Veterans of America that we made that happen, So he has been an integral part of everything that's happened in that Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. And I would argue that his presence, his what I call uncanny ability to communicate with people and make them understand how this works and make sure that he takes care of our soldiers, deployed or our veterans, that it has been him. He has made it happen, and I am so proud to call him my friend. And I should add that he's moving on to Rutgers University, where he will be helping out there and making sure that our veterans who get benefits will get them. He's going to make sure that that's going to happen. And also, I intend to keep his cell phone number so that when, in a pinch, when I need his help, that he will be there to give it to me. But, Colonel, I am very proud to recognize you today on behalf of the General Assembly and, sir, present you with this resolution recognizing all that you have done. Wish you well in your semi-retirement, sir. But we are very proud, and thank you for everything that you have done for the veterans and our deployed soldiers in the state of New Jersey. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Colonel Stephen Abel to address the General Assembly.
Madam Speaker, Chairman Connors, and members of the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee, to all the members of the General Assembly, thank you for this exceptional honor. I can't tell you how humbled I feel right now. And I also want to thank you for all that you do for our veterans. It has been a real privilege for me to work with all of you taking care of New Jersey's veterans. That's a real special job. You all do it exceptionally well. And in closing, I'd just like to say thanks to my staff and to the veterans community, because, of course, without their support, we would not have nearly been as successful as we have been at the department. Thank you all. Oh.
Anyone further on the resolution?
I'm told that I'm supposed to introduce my family now. So this is my niece, Jennifer Logan. My father, Stephen Abel, also. And my sister, Linda Logan. Thank you all very much.
Is there anyone further on the resolution? All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
Joint legislative resolution by Senator Bucco, Assemblyman Bucco and Carroll, Senator Cardinale, Assemblyman Schroeder, and Assemblywoman Vandervalk. Whereas the Senate and the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey are pleased to honor and salute the members and coaches of the 1989 ice hockey team from Delbarton School of Morristown and St. Joseph Regional High School of Montvale upon the occasion of their participation in the greatest game never played, which finally took place on April 3rd, 2010 at the Minim Arena in Morristown. And whereas these two outstanding ice hockey teams were slated to play in the state championship back in 1989, but an outbreak of measles forced its cancellation, resulting in their designation as co-champions by the NJSIAA. And whereas 21 years later, members of these teams traveled from across the country to finally settle the score in a benefit of the NHL's Hockey Fights Cancer and other charitable organizations, raising $200,000 from the sellout crowd of 2,500 people, and the Delbarton School was victorious by a score of 3-2. And whereas their talent and efforts in seeking and achieving athletic excellence while playing for a worthy cause has earned for the members and coaches of the 1989 Delbarton School and St. Joseph Regional High School ice hockey teams the respect of the New Jersey legislature and the people of this state. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this legislature hereby honors and salutes the 1989 ice hockey teams from Delbarton School and St. Joseph Regional High School and commends the team's players and coaches for their exceptional efforts and competitive spirit during the greatest game finally played.
All right. Assemblyman Carroll.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. 35 years ago, a motley crew of Delbarton students chipped in a few bucks, bought ourselves jerseys, got some ice, and called ourselves a hockey team. That first year, we did not compete for any championships. After I left Delbarton, the team began to attract some people who could actually skate. By the 1980s, they were a Morris County force. By the late 80s, they were at the doorstep of state championships. But always in their way stood St. Joe's. And vice versa. 1987, Delbarton squeaked out a playoff victory over St. Joe's, but fell short in the finals. In 1988, St. Joe's returned the favor, but also with the same result in the finals. And 1989, in perhaps the most anticipated hockey game in New Jersey history, the number 1 and number 2 teams were slated to meet in the finals. One of them would finally become the championships. Unfortunately, the measles had other ideas. Incredibly, this most anticipated game was canceled, never to be played. The state declared them co-champions, but neither side found that particular result satisfying. 20 years later, in reminiscing about the game that never was, these players decided to remedy that youthful regret and to play that championship game. Virtually the entire roster of both teams attended. Separating this from countless other alumni games was a decision by the players to serve a broader cause and to use the game as a vehicle for charitable fundraising. The game received national attention, attracted thousands of attendees, and raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for charity. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, this proves that it doesn't matter who won or lost, but that the game was played. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming the participants in the Frozen Flashback.
The chair recognizes James Olson to address the General Assembly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of all the Delbarton players and coaches, I'd like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation for this special honor. I'd also like to acknowledge Assemblyman Carroll for his role in making today possible. It was truly an outstanding experience to play the game after 21 years. It was extraordinary to reconnect with former teammates, old friends, and coaches. It was a pleasure to get to know the St. Joe's players. It was a real thrill to be able to play in a big game for a great cause in front of our children, for many of us, for the first time. So I do think, however, it's important to point out that while we're acknowledging our efforts, our efforts are really just a reflection of the values instilled in us by our parents, our teachers, our schools, and they deserve as much credit as we do. I also want to point out that this was a unique experience for us to give back to the communities and the people who shaped us. But most of all, it was a great opportunity to do our best and raise some money for some great causes, and we are grateful for that. Thank you again for this outstanding opportunity. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Scott Williams to address the General Assembly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And on behalf of my teammates from St. Joe's, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, for taking time to acknowledge the event that we put on. I'd like to thank Assemblyman Carroll for making this happen. Perhaps more on a personal note, this game began with a fight against cancer, which is personal to myself, my mother, Janice Williams, who's in the gallery today. She's a two-time cancer survivor, and this game was the springboard for something that we had as an idea, and James Olson was kind enough to get on board. His father had suffered from cancer as well. His mother's a cancer survivor. And I think in a community relations atmosphere, we found it upon ourselves to make what was maybe something lost in time for a bunch of high school kids 20 years ago, something that much greater for a greater purpose. And I think having everybody here today and us being able to rekindle these old relationships and friendships that have lasted for a lifetime, I think that they're going to last for the rest of our lives. And I just want to thank everybody for being part of it, acknowledging what we've done, and there's a lot more good to come, and we appreciate you guys being engaged with it. Thank you very much.
Anyone further on the resolution? I would like to say to the team that never played, 89, the years have certainly been kind to all of you. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thanks, I'm sorry.
Okay. St. Joe's?
Yes.
Where do you live now?
I'm in Rockaway.
Oh, okay.
Not too far.
Great job. Good meeting you. Take care. Hey, nice meeting you. Great job, man. Thank you. All right.
Take care. Bye-bye. Take care.
Resolution on the clerk's desk.
Joint legislative resolution by Senator Turner, Assemblyman Gussie Orr, and Assemblywoman Watson Coleman. Whereas Thursday, May 20th, 2010, marks the occasion of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated annual AKA Day at the Capitol. And whereas the Senate and General Assembly of the State of New Jersey are pleased to recognize and honor Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, a highly esteemed organization with 28 chapters in the Garden State. And whereas Alpha Kappa Alpha was founded at Howard University in Washington, D.C. in 1908 and is represented and renowned as the oldest Greek-lettered organization established by African-American college-trained women. And whereas the strength and success of the State of New Jersey, the vitality of its communities, and the effectiveness of our American society depend in great measure upon superb organizations as Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and the General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this legislature hereby honors Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated upon its annual AKA Day at the Capitol, salutes its many years of service to others, and extends sincere best wishes for continued success and vigor.
Excuse me, may we have order in the House, please? Assemblywoman Watson Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am delighted to be here today with standing with my colleagues who are standing here with me, and certainly standing with this beautiful group of women. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, as we know, is indeed recognized as the oldest Greek letter organization started by a woman in Howard University in 1908. I'm standing up here almost forgetting my name because I'm really excited to have so many wonderful sisters here. The reason that we have this sorority as well as others is because there was a desire to be of service to the community, to recognize to whom much is given, much is required, and to recognize that they have been given the opportunity to be educated and to have resources and to have the opportunity to extend a better life to their community. This sorority, with its 28 chapters in the state of New Jersey, has always been in the forefront of helping the community, whether it is mentoring to young women, whether it is providing scholarships to young people, commemorating Martin Luther King Day so that our children never forget, identifying for African Americans in particular the importance of becoming bone marrow donors, or a whole host of other services that they've rendered to our community. So I'm very happy that they're here today because they're very interested, Madam Speaker, in what we do down here and how it impacts our respective communities. And it is good to have them and know that they will be back when they are needed, and they continue to stand up for our young women, to help empower them, and for those that are in greatest need. So it is my pleasure, on behalf of the members of this General Assembly and the Senate, to present this resolution to the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, of which I am a proud and blessed member. Thank you.
Anyone? Oh, I'm so sorry. The chair recognizes Minretta McFadden to address the General Assembly.
Good afternoon. Speaker Alver and all Assembly members assembled, on behalf of the more than 200,000 Alpha Kappa Alpha women worldwide and our international president, Dr. Barbara A. McKenzie, Regional Director, Mrs. Evelyn Sample-Oates, Regional Connections Chairman, Mrs. Adrienne Harrison-Surgeon, and yours truly, Mrs. Minretta B. McFadden, Coordinator. It is with great honor and privilege that we accept this resolution. We'd like to first thank our beloved member, as well as Assemblywoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman, for this honor of sponsoring us today. And on behalf of these wonderful women that you see standing behind me, we represent Cluster 4, which is the state of New Jersey, where we have 17 graduate chapters and 11 undergraduate chapters actively working in service to all mankind. And we pledge to continue that great service and to continue serving all mankind to the best of our ability as God gives us health and strength. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Anyone further on the resolution? All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Assemblyman McKeon, why do you rise?
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Speaker, on a point of personal privilege. It's my sad duty to denote that just yesterday, Colonel John McHugh, a longtime resident of West Caldwell, New Jersey, was killed when a NATO convoy he was leading in Afghanistan was attacked by a suicide bomber. Colonel McHugh is the 22nd member of the armed services with ties to New Jersey who made the ultimate sacrifice for this great state and nation in Afghanistan. Colonel McHugh was a West Point graduate, and beyond his military service, he contributed to the community and to his church in every way. He was the father of 5, and he lived to see the recent birth of his first grandchild. Colonel McHugh's son, Michael, serves our country in Iraq. Madam Speaker, in every sense of the term, Colonel John McHugh was a patriot.
Assemblyman Giblin, why do you rise?
Madam Speaker, just to re-echo the sentiments of Assemblyman John McKeon, I had the good fortune to know Colonel John McHugh and, of course, his family, who are longtime residents of West Cornwall. He typifies the very best as far as our men and women in the military. His death is certainly a sad occasion, but the fact that his son was alongside him in the conflict in the Mideast really shows the commitment of the McHugh family. So it's a loss for all of New Jersey, and in a special way, I think all of us want to remember Colonel John McHugh, and I'd ask that we stand in a moment of silence in his memory. I'd ask my colleagues to continue to stand also on a point of personal privilege. This week, we mourn the death of Frank J. Pat Dodd. Pat Dodd served as a distinguished member of the New Jersey General Assembly for 4 years. He served in the State Senate for 10 years and later was the Senate President. He was also acting governor of New Jersey during his tenure, and later served with distinction as a member of the Casino Control Commission, Atlantic City, and might add, a very successful businessman. So we want to remember also Senator Frank Pat Dodd.
Thank you, members. Assemblyman Thompson, why do you rise?
To the House of the passing of another very dear friend, close colleague, former member of the Assembly, former member of the Senate, Assemblyman Joseph Azzolina. Joseph Azzolina served our country proudly in the Navy. He brought the battleship New Jersey back here. That was one of the things he took great pride in. He was a friend. He was a supporter of everybody throughout the state, throughout his district. He did so much good for everyone. He did pass away a couple of weeks ago, and I'd request a moment of silence in respect for.
Thank you. Members, please stand and observe a moment of silence in the memory of Assemblyman Joseph Azzolina. Thank you. For the benefit of our visitors in the gallery, today we will begin the voting session by considering what are known as consent bills. Consent bills are bills which have been agreed to by both the majority and minority sides of the aisle. There is no debate on consent bills. After considering the consent bills, we will vote on non-consent or debate bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2507, sponsored by Sonny Persons, Berticelli, Casagrande, and Dancer, reduces 2010 minimum racing dates, makes various changes to Breeders' Award during 2010, authorizes certain loans.
Assemblyman Berticelli.
Madam Speaker, thank you for posting a bill on behalf of myself and Assemblywoman Casagrande. This bill is going to revitalize horse racing and bring the nation's attention to Monmouth Park starting this weekend. What's going to be an exceptional 50 days of racing, hopefully to invigorate the thoroughbred season and business through the state. Very proudly, on behalf of both of us, move the bill.
Assemblyman Berticelli moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded and properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 2507 has received 77 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 2507, having received 77 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Majority Leader Cryan, why do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to move pursuant to Assembly Rule 8:1 that the House be placed under call.
The Majority Leader moves to place the House under call. Is there a second to the motion? Assemblywoman Quigley seconds the motion. In accordance with Rule 8:1, any member who fails to vote or who abstains will be recorded as having voted in favor of the motion. Madam Clerk, please open the machine for a vote. All recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally. And it's, yeah.
Madam Speaker, House under call vote has received 46 votes in affirmative, 32 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Members of the General Assembly, the House is under call. All members must remain in the Assembly chamber. If any members are absent at any time while the House is under call, I will direct they be escorted back to the chamber in accordance with Assembly Rule 8:2. While the House is under call, any member failing to vote or who abstains on any bill may be recorded in the negative, with the exception of an abstention cast due to a personal interest as defined in the Legislative Code of Ethics and for which written notice has been provided to the clerk. Bill on the clerk's desk. Yes, Assemblyman Bramnick.
General question on the House under call. During my tenure in the House, the only time we had House under call was during the budget sessions and towards the end of the year because of the risk of not having members here. We'd like some direction, our caucus, as to why this is an unusual step under the circumstances today.
Assemblyman Bramnick, I certainly recognize your concern. But as you know, under the rules of the House, the Speaker does have the ability to place the House under call. And I am only doing this because there are two important bills that we are going to address, A10 and A20. And I would like the members to be in the chamber and in their seats when we address those so that we have no movement in and out of the chamber.
Thank you, Speaker.
Bill on the clerk's desk. Oh. Yes, Assemblyman Weber.
To better understand your explanation, the House will not be under call then after A10 and A20 are voted upon?
That is correct, Assemblyman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 20, sponsored by Assemblypersons Moriarty, Greenstein, and Riley, supplements the State Annual Appropriation Act for the state fiscal year 2010-2011, makes appropriations for pharmaceutical assistance to the aged and disabled program and the homestead rebate/credit program.
Assemblyman Moriarty.
Madam Speaker, thank you for posting this bill. I believe we have before us a defining moment. And we have a question to ask here today. The question is, who will get a tax break this year? Will it be 600,000 seniors and disabled persons? Will they get a tax break? Or will 16,000 millionaires get a tax break? That's the question before us. 600,000 seniors, 16,000 millionaires. Who gets a tax break? As I said, I think this is a defining moment. And New Jersey is watching us. And they will find out today who stands with the 600,000 senior citizens struggling to pay their taxes and to keep their homes, and who stands for the 16,000 millionaires simply being asked to pay their fair share in a shared sacrifice in this current budget season. This is a fact. More than 600,000 senior citizens are staring down a huge property tax increase under Governor Christie's budget plan due to the loss of their property tax rebates. This is a tax increase. Calling it anything else is dishonest. An analysis by the nonpartisan Office of Legislative Services reported that under the Christie plan, a retired couple living on a fixed income of $40,000 would see a $1,320 increase in taxes, while a family making $1.2 million would receive a tax cut of $11,598. That, I think, is putting a brutal burden on the backs of our most vulnerable citizens. Who will we stand for? 600,000 seniors and disabled persons, or 16,000 millionaires? That's the question. Now, the governor yesterday began coming around to our point of view regarding senior citizens, and we welcome him to this discussion that was sparked by our Democratic legislature. But let's be clear. The governor's plan regarding prescription drugs is just that. It's a proposal. It's speculative. And it's based on numerous financial assumptions. It provides no guarantees to seniors who rely on these prescription drugs. It's not a guarantee. It's a proposal on top of his previous proposal. And it still places a huge property tax burden onto senior and disabled residents, and I believe that's unacceptable. Our plan provides the means through true shared sacrifice to ensure senior citizens get the prescription drug help and property tax relief that they need. That's why we are moving forward today, as planned, to guarantee property tax and prescription drug help for our most vulnerable residents. Madam Speaker, Democrats are willing to work with this governor. We're willing to work with him to solve our budget problems, but not at the expense of our most vulnerable citizens. This is a compassionate plan that that guarantees that everyone shares in sacrifice, not just the poor and the middle class. And let's be clear, anyone who votes for this bill, A20, and doesn't vote for A10 is practicing the worst kind of disingenuous politics. And the people of New Jersey, they're not going to be fooled. They will know who truly stood up for seniors today and who tried to fool them into thinking otherwise. Now, we know that there are many, many painful cuts in Governor Christie's budget plan, and we also understand that spending cuts are necessary. I've talked about controlling spending in this state since the minute I was honored to be elected to this body. But the cuts to seniors stand out among the worst of all cuts and would devastate those people that are living on fixed incomes. This plan steers us in a more compassionate direction for seniors and the disabled. Under the Democratic plan, Governor Christie's $310 prescription drug deductible for nearly 125,000 senior and disabled citizens would be guaranteed to be gone, not just proposed to be gone. Under the Democratic plan, Governor Christie's plan to more than double prescription drug co-payments for those same senior and disabled citizens would be guaranteed to be gone, not merely proposed to be gone. And under the Democratic plan, Governor Christie's plans to slash property tax relief for 600,000 seniors and disabled homeowners and tenants would absolutely be gone. Instead, those seniors and disabled residents would continue to receive as much as $1,295 in vital, and I mean vital, property tax relief that would help them keep their homes and pay their taxes. We've heard how Governor Christie is not going to approve any tax increase, but let's be honest, everyone in this room already knows that Governor Christie's budget is filled and built on numerous tax and fees on poor and middle-class people, especially placing a burden on seniors. As the Asbury Park Press wrote, and I quote, "Too often in Governor Christie's budget, the axe seems to fall too heavily on those least able to withstand it. This is not about soaking the rich. It's about fairness pursued in the name of common good." But let's also be realistic about expecting Governor Christie to adhere to the facts. Because as the Star Ledger noted, and I quote, "The governor wants us to feel the pain that millionaires in New Jersey are experiencing. And if that means he has to distort the facts, well, it's for a higher purpose. Millionaires have feelings too." That same editorial later added, and I quote again, "None of us are entitled to our own facts, and the facts show that this budget plainly fails the test of shared sacrifice." End quote. But of course, Governor Christie has to already know this, because after all, it was Governor Christie, when he was a candidate for office, who said cutting rebates was, and I quote, "a declaration of war on the middle class." And one of my Republican colleagues right here in this chamber added to that, saying that cutting rebates would, quote, "continue to drive middle-class taxpayers and senior citizens to bankruptcy." Well, at least that's something we can agree on. I agree with what you said then, and it's still the same now. This is indeed a matter of fairness and a matter of principle. If your priority is helping senior citizens through these tough economic times, saving them from Governor Christie's cuts to their property tax relief, and guaranteeing them affordable prescription drugs, then you vote for this bill. Quite simple. If your priority, though, is tax cuts for millionaires and tax increases for senior citizens, then you vote against it. Again, quite simple. And while we have all heard that Governor Christie will veto this bill, he has threatened to veto this bill, we also all hope that he has realized his mistake and will work together with us and sign this bill for the good of our most vulnerable elderly residents. Madam Speaker, I move this bill.
Thank you, Assemblyman Moriarty. Assemblyman Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're most generous in permitting the Assemblyman's remarks here. because, you know, people are supposed to stay on the bill. And in his opening remarks, it sounded like he was talking about A10 rather than A20. Thus, this bill is not about imposing a tax. This bill is about what you're going to do with it, if you get it. I've been in this chamber something around 12 years, and I have seen political theater in here before. But I'll tell you, the person that wrote the script for today deserves an Emmy or an Oscar, because I've never seen political theater like it's been arranged here. Thus, we are voting on where to spend money, A20, before we vote on a bill to say there will be money. And the obvious intention is, oh, get these people to vote against the seniors, so we can put it on the record they're against the seniors. Again, what we're talking about here as we're doing this is once more kicking the can down the road. Last year, legislation was enacted to put a surtax in. The majority voted for that bill to have an expiration date, December 31st, which it did. It expired December 31st, thus that surtax is no longer there. Today it's being proposed to put another surtax back for one more year. But where will we be next year? How will these programs be funded next year? There's nothing that says next year we're suddenly going to get a bonanza of revenue. It's kicking the can down the road again, and it's playing to the emotions. He speaks of cutting a PAD, senior gold, etc. The governor has announced they will not be cut. Money has been found to fund those programs. We speak of senior citizens' property tax rebates, and we speak of the senior citizens out there living on Social Security, very low pensions, etc. I have a great deal of compassion for them. But I note this bill gives property tax rebates to seniors with up to $150,000. I don't think those folks are impoverished. There is, again, just a lot of gains being, again, placing the House under call for these measures. Obvious, the intent here. It is nothing but political theater today, gentlemen. I congratulate the scriptwriter.
Thank you, Assemblyman Thompson. Assemblyman Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the moment that we're all here for. We all came to this House because, and even though we have a lot of philosophical differences, we believe that government, in some fashion, can do something. Now, what that something is, we may disagree with, but we're all here because we believe that government has a role to play. And this is one of those defining moments for this House, for this legislature, because we have an opportunity to do something that's not just a headline. It's not about an esoteric legislative maneuver. It's about people's lives and their ability to stay in their communities, their ability to stay with their families. There can be all the partisan debating points that we want. But the reality is this is about our moms and our dads. It's about our grandparents and aunts and uncles. Because we all have talked on this floor, and we've all gone to forums and talked about property taxes and the scourge of property taxes. And the one tool that this legislature has created, because we can't agree on other tools, the one tool that we've created to help ameliorate that has been rebates, because they help people pay property tax bills. They help the woman who walked into my legislative office on Main Street. And when the governor first delivered his budget address, she came in a short time after and she said, "Is it true? Am I not going to get my property tax rebate this year?" And I told her, I said, that was the message. The governor stood in the well of the State House, and he talked about shared sacrifice and the need that we all have to share things to make the state's budget better. She said, "But how am I going to share? How is this possible? My property tax bill," she said, "my property tax bill is $5,000 a year. $1,300 is a quarter of my property tax bill. If I don't get that, I can't pay the bill. I don't have the money. It's not going to come from another source. I can't ask anybody. How am I going to pay my property taxes? And at that time, I told her, I said, look, we're going to try the best to find a way to restore property tax rebates. And we're going to do that because it's the right thing to do, because we recognize that property taxes are a problem, and that our older Americans have fixed incomes, and they can't find a way to supplement it to pay those property tax bills. And that we want to find a way to restore those rebates, and we're not going to ask people what their party affiliation is before we give it to them. We're not going to ask them where they live. We're going to say, if you need it, if you fit the need, we're going to help you. And so we have an opportunity today to help people, which is fundamentally why we're here. It's fundamentally why we got involved, why we ran for office, to help men and women in this state who can't afford to pay their property tax bill. Now, we have to adopt another piece of legislation to do that, and it's the right thing to do. It's a moderate thing to do. But at the end of the day, we're helping mom and dad. We're helping our aunts and uncles. We're helping our family members stay here in New Jersey. We hear talk that we're going to chase millionaires out of the state. But we don't hear any talk that we're going to chase mom and dad out of the state. And I think that if we have to talk about values, I'd rather keep our families here than millionaires. I urge my colleagues to vote for this, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Bramnick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Despite the trend across this nation, despite the fact that voters are repeatedly sending incumbents home because government can't stay within the constraints of budgets, despite the fact that we are sending a message to entrepreneurs, to risk takers, to small business people, to those New Jerseyans who risk everything in their small business, despite the fact that the policies of the majority party have failed for the last 8 years, despite the fact that a new governor has been elected because of those failed policies, despite the fact that there's rhetoric today, theatrical rhetoric, a tax is a tax is a tax, and the people of New Jersey are tired of new taxes. This is a new tax that will scare more moms and pops out of this state. It will scare more business people out of this state, and there will be less resources to help the most vulnerable. The only way we can help those who are vulnerable is to have the resources available to pay those bills. And today, we lack those resources. And in conclusion, all the rhetoric in the world is not going to allow this governor to send another tax to the people of New Jersey. He said it. I respect him for it. And today's theater is going to be theater of the tax, and we no longer can afford that. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Bramnick. Assemblyman Berzacelli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple points. First of all, let me compliment the sponsor of the bill and how he laid out the details. And I don't consider this theater today because of what's at stake. And there's a great deal at stake. And my friend Assemblyman Bramnick says it correctly about taxes and the issue of taxes. But what we're trying to address here today by making certain that seniors receive this rebate is to prevent them from having an average of almost 17% property tax increase. That's what happens if we're not successful today and over these next couple of weeks. Just plain and simple. An increase of almost 17% on their property tax increase. I'd like to make a couple points, Madam Speaker, to process. The governor joined us in his budget address and was very clear. He felt that the rebates, although during campaign season spoke of how important they were, but thought that they were a broken system and that people regarded them as a gimmick because they came out in September and October, near election time on many occasions. But the checks for senior rebates and the disabled go out in July and August, far away from political season. They get the money first. and it's very important money. This General Assembly, through its committee process over time, has worked very hard to transform the rebate system to a credit system, as the governor called for in his speech, and might I add that Governor Corzine called for in his previous speeches. There were hurdles. We have legislation in place that overcomes them, but physically and practically, it's something that can't happen as quickly as all of us would like. So the governor mentions in his speech that we're going to do away with this broken rebate system and seniors will get a credit sometime in 2011, but not clearly articulating that seniors in 2010 get nothing but a nearly 17% increase in their property taxes. Again, a 17% increase in their property taxes. The proposal that we're debating today, the restoration of these rebates, and the way to do that is significant. It does provide tax relief. It does take away this governor's intention to raise a tax. And may I point out, to give you a sense of what the numbers are for my Republican colleagues who may be struggling from a partisanship position to who you represent at home. Legislative District 2, 13,000, almost 14,000 senior households. Legislative District 4, 12,000 senior households. Legislative District 7, 23,000 senior households. Legislative District 8, 15,000 and change. 9, 40,000. Again, Legislative District 9, 40,000 senior households. Legislative District 10, 19,000. Legislative District 11, 12,000. Legislative District 12, 12,000. Legislative District 13, 12,000. Legislative District 14, 17,000. Legislative District 16, 12,000. Legislative District 21, 15,000. Legislative District 23, 13,000. Legislative District 24, almost 10,000. Legislative District 25, 11,000. Legislative District 26, almost 14,000. Legislative District 30, 14,000. Legislative District 39, 14,500. Legislative District 40, 23,000 senior households affected, directly affected, facing down a nearly 17% average tax increase. They are households you represent and correspondingly households I represent. So where do we stand today? Do we do a transition of a rebate this time around while we wait for a mechanism for credits to come in place? These people, these households, need us to serve them. Can they afford a nearly 17% average property tax increase? We all know the answer to that is no. So we must act. And the theatrical part of this, for those who think this is theater, for the households I just called out, I assure you this is very real, because as they begin to realize that in 2010, they get no property tax relief. And let me also say this. The rebates occur because the people of New Jersey changed the Constitution in the mid-'70s, recognizing that because of the uniformity clause, property taxes and how they were assessed between commercial, industry, and households were preventing relief for senior households. And that's why the Constitution was amended and allows for either credits or rebates. So these rebates we speak about, they're not a gimmick. It's not theater. They're an integral part of our property tax system that provides for a balance of fairness. Again, you heard the numbers. They're households you represent. When you go home, you have to say to them, you know what? No, we can't do that. Well, I'm say to all of you, we can do this. There's a way. It's fair. It provides balance to this budget that's a horrible budget under very difficult times. And also say to my friend Assemblyman Bramley, the issues of the past 8 years were a reaction to a national economy that many of us had no control over. So we all stand shoulder to shoulder in recognizing the environment we work in. Today we have a chance to do the right thing. Seniors cannot afford a 16 to 17% average property tax increase. This is the right thing to do at this time. We look forward to working to the governor. I close on this. The proposal made today takes into consideration to the governor's articulating the fact that the concern of the $400,000 threshold could in fact reach small businesses who may be set up as subchapter S corporations. The proposal today took that into consideration and moved to a true $1 million tax base. So that issue with small businesses is clearly addressed in the compromise being proposed here today, and I'm hopeful as we move along here, this governor will be in a position to recognize this is the direction we have to go. We've got to protect these households. They cannot afford a tax increase of nearly 17%. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Assemblyman DeCroce, Minority Leader DeCroce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is definitely a defining moment. Seems to me that, again, the answer is tax, tax, and more taxes. That's all you guys do.
This is truly hypocritical. If you really wanted to do this, you had the lame duck session in which you could have done this. You had both majorities in each the Senate and the Assembly, and you had the governor. You knew darn well you had them. But you knew it was over. And you're the ones that gave the people, at that point, the tax break because you let it die. You let it sunset. Now, all of a sudden, you've got a conscience. What a great conscience. I can't believe that you're really into this that much because, frankly, what you're doing is just telling people of my generation, we're pandering to you. We're pandering to you because we have no way to get out of this mess. The 115 taxes that were passed by this majority party over these last 8 years have driven this state to near bankruptcy. And brother, you're all responsible for it, and you know it, each and every one of you. So let's cut out the jokes. The fact of the matter is, it's time for a change. Let's get on the ball and do what's right. This is not right. This isn't right for the citizens of the state. It's certainly not right for small business. Certainly not right for people of my generation, I'll tell you right now. They're not accepting it. And if you think they're going to buy this shenanigans, I'm telling you they're not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minority Leader DeCroce. Assemblywoman Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Talking about pandering, I want to tell you a story. It's not a story about people who've threatened to lose their homes, people who can't get their medication. I hear those stories just as all of you do. I've had those conversations, I've received those letters. But there was one phone call a couple of weeks ago after which I couldn't sleep at night. I heard from a very soft-spoken gentleman who told me where he lived, told me he just had his 90th birthday, told me he was living on Social Security and a very small pension. Joked a little bit, said, I don't have any hair anymore, so I don't have to pay Barbara's bills. But I'm finding it hard to pay all the other bills. And he wanted to ask me a favor. The favor was, would we please not give him a tax credit for his rebate, but give him the check. And he went on to tell me that he counted on that check every year to pay his airfare to see his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren in California. And I said to him, well, I can't do that. But to make it worse, I have very bad news. There won't be a rebate of any sort this year. Not a credit, not a check. Maybe next year you'll get 25% of that rebate. I can't guarantee that. But for this year, there is nothing. There was dead silence on the end of the phone. I waited a minute and I said, sir, are you all right? And I heard kind of a gasp. And I said, sir, are you okay? And he said, miss, I'm never going to see my grandchildren again, am I? And I said, I will do everything I can to see that you get a rebate check and see your grandchildren again, I promise you. And Madam Speaker, I'm here today to deliver that promise.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblyman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the bill, both on the substance of the bill and the procedural posture that brings us here. On the substance, it's been discussed, and I don't want to repeat too many of the points, but let's be clear. Governor Christie's budget prioritizes the defense of our seniors. It continues funding for the senior freeze in the property tax program. Continues funding for prescription drug subsidies for the aged. Above all, this budget finally has us living within our means. And what I hear from our senior population in our district is, whatever you do, just live within your means. Don't spend money you don't have. That's what they're asking us to do, and that's what the governor's budget does. Now, increasing rebates to our constituents is something I think we'd all like to do. Unfortunately, this year, it's something that we don't have the ability to do. This budget deficit is real, it is massive, and it is not of our making or the governor's making. It is the product of years of fiscal recklessness, tax and spend and borrow policies that the majority party has followed in the last decade. Maybe we wouldn't have so many grandparents who had to go visit their grandkids out of state if we had been a little more fiscally prudent in the last decade. But so eager is the majority party to score partisan political points in a game that they're losing, so eager are they to pander to certain constituencies that they've now turned themselves into political pretzels to get this bill on the floor today, May 20th. My English teacher, former English teacher, was up here in the well earlier as a St. Joe's grad. Barry Donnelly did a good job teaching me English. But I don't even think the existentialists that I learned about in high school could explain how a legislature could amend a bill that hasn't even been written. This is truly absurd, but you need to score some points, so let's go pass an amendment to a bill that doesn't yet exist. I don't understand that. Maybe somebody can explain it to me later. There's a bigger point, Madam Speaker, that I think the body needs to address. And in my first term in this legislature, I heard a lot of chest thumping and not illegitimate chest thumping from the Speaker of this body and the majority party about new transparent policies about the way in which this state was going to spend money and the budget process here in New Jersey. Remember, for too long, we had legislators slide in certain appropriations and line items and budgets in the dark of night, before anybody could see them, before the public could even know about them. And this body rightfully took steps to shine a light on that process and to make it more transparent. I think everyone in the chamber was supportive of those measures. And to that end, Madam Speaker, you sent a letter out yesterday to the members urging us, per the joint rules of the Senate and General Assembly, members of the legislature and the governor must submit resolutions for any recommended changes to the governor's proposal to the chairman of the respective budget committees. Resolutions must be submitted at least 14 days prior to floor consideration of the budget bill in either house of the legislature. In order to provide ample time to review and analyze budget change proposals, the Senate President and I have set June 4th, 2010 as the deadline for submission of budget resolutions. As has been the case in prior years, the Office of Legislative Services will be sending each of you a database that is to be used for entering your resolutions. Please be mindful of the deadline and promptly submit your proposed changes. And Madam Speaker, you rightfully referenced the joint rules of the Senate and the Assembly.
Assemblyman Cryan.
My colleague would stay on the bill, please.
Yes, on the bill, please.
Madam Speaker, this is about the bill. The bill is not properly before this legislature, and I'm pointing out why. Joint Rule 42A states the chair of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee and the chair of the Assembly Budget Committee shall, during their respective committee deliberations on the subject of the governor's budget recommendations.
Excuse me, Assemblyman Weber, but you're not on the bill. You are reading the rules of the House as it relates to the submission of budget resolutions. We are having debate on Assembly Bill 20.
Then why don't we do it this way, Madam Speaker? I make a point of order that this bill is out of order because it has not complied with the joint rules of the Assembly and Senate.
Are you making a motion, Assemblyman Weber?
I'm asking for the ruling from the chair.
Yes, Assemblyman DeCroce, Minority Leader, may I confer with you?
Yes.
And Assemblyman Weber.
Yeah, well, they're standing there saying, they keep saying, you guys are what are you calling them? What's going on?
That's why I know it's the latest, but I wanted to read the numbers of the House.
I thought it was good.
That's you guys.
And that's why I'm trying to say something.
That's why I hammered 7%. That's a real number. That's a great number. That's a real number. That's a real number. I did that. I had that committed.
That was good.
That way, Christie could send it back.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, point of order, please.
Assemblyman Dagnan, parliamentarian, will you please give us a ruling on the question put before us by Assemblyman Weber?
The rule cited by the Assemblyman does not apply. This isn't a budget bill. It's not a budget bill. It is not. So I rule, Madam Speaker, that the rule does not apply.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to appeal that ruling and be heard on the appeal.
I deny the appeal, Assemblyman.
No, Madam Speaker, I demand to be heard on the appeal. It's a debatable motion, a debatable appeal.
Assemblyman Dagnan.
I've made my ruling, Madam Speaker. It's not an appealable motion. You, as Speaker, have the right to rule on it based on my recommendation, make the appropriate ruling.
Provision referencing. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 4:.
And I will entertain your debate on appeal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, as I was getting to earlier, Joint Rule 42 reads, the Chair of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Chair of the Assembly Budget Committee shall, not may, shall, during their respective committee deliberations on the subject of the Governor's budget recommendations transmitted to the legislature for the ensuing state fiscal year, and at least 14 calendar days before the House shall pass an annual appropriations bill, accept resolutions made by members of either House and the State Treasurer that propose to add, delete, or otherwise change revenues, line items, or language provisions in the Governor's budget recommendations, which resolution shall be filed with either committee and shall be identified by the sponsor or sponsors. The rule goes on to say, all resolutions to be filed with either committee shall be delivered to the Legislative Budget and Finance Officer and shall be made available to the public through the Office of Legislative Services. The annual appropriations bill that shall pass both houses shall contain only items proposed in the Governor's budget recommendations and items in budget resolutions filed pursuant to this joint rule. Madam Speaker, we checked with the Office of Legislative Services. There is no budget resolution, or at least no budget resolution that they would share with us that reflects the changes that sought to be made under A20. As A20 seeks to change the annual appropriations bill, it clearly is subject to this rule and required budget resolutions. And to flout this rule, this joint rule of both houses, would be to go back on the commitment that this entire body made just 2 short years ago to transparency and sunshine in the budget process. It's bad enough that we're debating a bill that amends a bill that doesn't yet exist, but now it appears to us as if the majority party is breaking its own rules in order to vote on that bill. And so for that reason, I have made the motion and asked for an appeal, the ruling that this bill is out of order.
Thank you, Assemblyman Weber. Assemblywoman Watson-Coleman. On the bill.
We're
on the bill, Madam Speaker. Hold on a second.
Yes, Assemblyman Bramnick.
Assemblyman Weber has requested an appeal, and I suspect that he is waiting for a ruling on the appeal.
Did he make a motion, Assemblyman Weber? Are you making a motion?
I've appealed the ruling, and at the conclusion of the debate, on this appeal, we will ask for a vote on the appeal. At the conclusion of the debate, Madam Speaker.
Is there a second to to Assemblyman Weber? Seconded by Assemblyman Carroll. Okay, we're going to open the machine and take a tally. A yes vote is a vote in favor of entertaining Assemblyman Weber's appeal. We're entertaining the Assemblyman's appeal right now. We're going to go back to the bill. Your switch, yeah. Oh, you guys. Yes, is there a second? Seconded by Assemblyman Carroll. We will now. Assemblyman Bramnick is next in the queue.
Madam Speaker, the question on whether or not this appeal should be supported is simple, and that is the Assemblyman was very clear that no resolution was ever submitted to this body, and it involves a budget document, and therefore A20 should be taken down. It should be reinitiated when the proper procedure should be followed. And we all know this is the first time in the history of this House that any budget item was brought before this House prior to the Budget Committee finalizing their hearings. Therefore, I support the motion by my colleague and ask the Speaker to take it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Palestina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assemblyman Weber articulately read you the rules. The rules specify how amendments must happen to the budget bill, a bill, coincidentally, that does not even exist. There is absolutely no way to vote other than to support the appeal because you have not followed the proper procedures for considering this amendment to the budget bill, which does not exist. So we would urge all of our colleagues to follow the rules of this House, to do the amendment you are proposing to do properly, and to send this back and bring it back when you follow the proper procedures.
Thank you, Assemblyman Palestina. Assemblyman O'Scanlan. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bottom line is that we make the rules in order to ensure transparency and proper and reasonable deliberation of everything that comes before this House. We also make the rules. If we are not going to follow the very rules that we make, is, quite frankly, to invite anarchy, which I don't think any of us wants to see. So I have to back up my colleague. If someone wants to change the rules, put a bill before us that changes the rules. We'll deliberate that and then move on this one. But for now, 820 should be pulled.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblyman Greenwald.
Madam Speaker, I think the confusion is over the fact that the appeal and the rule is being challenged, which relates to the Appropriation Act. This piece of legislation is not the Appropriation Act. It is a separate piece of legislation which would ultimately be a supplement to the final Appropriation Act, which is something that has happened time and time again in this House. So the rule that is being referenced and the challenge in the appeal is meant to deal with the annual Appropriation Act, of which this bill is not. It is a separate piece of legislation which would potentially, ultimately, supplement that act, and I believe, therefore, the motion is out of order and the challenge is out of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman Greenwald. Assemblyman Buka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am new to this chamber, and today I am discouraged at what has taken place. We have seen across the nation that people have a lack of trust when it comes to elected officials. Amending a bill today that doesn't exist is in violation of our Joint Rule 42 and plays exactly into that trust issue. Our rules require transparency because our residents demand it. And I respectfully urge all of you to vote in favor of my colleague's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Buka. Assemblyman Rigel.
Thank you, Speaker. Clearly, the debate of the bill is over. This is clearly about the rules. I believe Assemblyman Weber clearly identified that there is discrepancy here, that we are out of line and out of order with the rules. So I urge this House to keep the transparency that we did promise to the people of this state, promise to the people in this building that we were going to have, follow the rules, and I ask that you please pull 820 down and bring it back at a more appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblyman Berzicelli.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I want to add to this discussion for clarification of whether or not this rule applies here. May I remind those in this body that this rule was put in place by this majority to provide transparency in what would otherwise be required, the process to select what Christmas tree items are allowed to grow within a budget. This doesn't apply today. That rule was intentionally put in place to address a different time and a different process in the budget process. To suggest that there's no transparency associated with this bill we're debating, it cleared a committee after considerable debate. There has been a public process associated with it. We are, in fact, in concert with the rules, and the rule being cited today is misapplied here at this particular time, in my opinion, and I urge the Chair, as you deliberate from these conversations you're hearing, that we move forward. The fact of the matter is there are probably some in this room today that would prefer not to be recorded in their stand where they're going to be, with seniors or against seniors, and how this moves forward. That part I understand, but we're here for a reason. We're here to cast our votes of whose voice we represent, and I suggest to you that what's taking place in the application of this rule is misplaced and is, in fact, out of order.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblywoman Coyle.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. This is not misplaced or out of order. Under 42A, under budget resolutions, it very clearly states that the House and the State Treasurer that propose to add, delete, or otherwise change revenues, line items, or language provisions in the governor's budget recommendations must be done with 14 days' notice. The rules are very clear. The rules were written by us, or certainly by predecessors, but especially you, Madam Speaker. I was privileged to serve with you for 2 years on Human Services. You were, and you, I believe, still are, a tremendous advocate of transparency. You sponsored bills to that light. You've shone the light on issues that were hidden from public view when we sat in that committee together. And I would urge you to follow the rules. At least if there's a legitimate question in your mind, pull the bill down. Let's work it out and resolve it at a proper time. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblywoman Hanlon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is quite an irony before us this moment. We began this session hearing about why we need to be spending money that we don't have. And now we're focusing on whether or not we should vote on a bill to amend a budget that doesn't exist. So we're kind of going from the murky into the real darkness. And I suggest to everyone that want to go back to seniors. The seniors, among their many, many admirable qualities, and the reason we look up to them and count on their wisdom is that they have lived long enough to know what it means when rules break down and when people live in conditions of chaos where there is nothing to count on. There is nothing that endures beyond the daily ebb and flow of political theater and empty rhetoric. So, yes, we are truly at a defining moment today, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And I think it will say a great deal about this House if we decide to uphold the rules by which we have all agreed to live, or if we choose to abandon those rules in the interests of empty rhetoric.
Thank you, Assemblyman Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Budget Committee Chairman correctly stated this bill supplements the Appropriation Act. And he said there have been many instances where supplements to the Appropriation Act have been passed. That's correct, too. But I question whether he can ever cite one instance where a supplement to an Appropriation Act that has not been introduced has been enacted, which is the case here.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblyman Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm sure many of my colleagues here do not hear my voice very often spoken on legal issues since I'm not an attorney. However, I do respect the traditions and the honor of serving as a legislator in this House. We will pass on. Other men and women will take our place. We have over a 230-year history of being representative democracy. In 2002, the Republican majority disappeared and the Democratic majority took over in the Senate and the Assembly. I sat over there in that back row. Assemblyman Caraballo redid most of the rules of the House, and I spoke against many of the changes that he was proposing. Obviously, I was not shouted down. I was voted down. And we've had to live with these rules for the last 8 years. I think it's incumbent upon all of us as legislators, representative of our communities, to live by the rules. These are the rules that we adopted, whether we like them or not. We swore an oath to uphold the Constitution and the rules of the General Assembly. These are the rules, and I certainly would hope that all of you would respect the body that we serve and the people we represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblyman Wolf. Are there any other members on the motion put forth by Assemblyman Weber? Appeal. Okay, being none, I would ask, Assemblyman Malone, I'm so sorry.
I want to get up on this issue, but I have the utmost respect for you as our leader. Every one of us voted for you. When you stand at that podium, you do not stand there as a Democrat or a Republican. You stand as our leader. And it is, in my humble opinion, your obligation and your solemn responsibility to enforce the rules of this House. And I would urge you and ask you, and I just have the deepest respect for you, to look at the rules, take a few minutes before we decide on this. Because this, as other people have said, will truly be a defining moment in your speakership and the direction of this House if we just cavalierly throw away the rules of this House for political expediency. You happen to be our speaker, not the Democratic speaker, not the Republican speaker. You're the speaker of this House. I would urge you to take a few minutes in quiet solitude before you make a decision on whether these rules just get thrown away. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman Malone. And I see that Assemblyman Bucco and Chisano have requested to speak, but I did recognize you, and you did speak on the matter of the appeal. Yes, we're only entertaining each member gets one opportunity, Assemblyman. I'm sorry. Okay. We are now going to take a vote on the appeal. Beg your pardon? Oh, I'm so sorry, Assemblyman Chisano. Assemblyman Chisano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my first time speaking today, and I hesitated as well, except that when I turned around to listen to Assemblyman Wolf speak, I looked up in the gallery, and my hesitation has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a shy guy, because I think that's not the case. But when I looked in the gallery, I noticed that some of those elementary school and all of those elementary school and high school students were gone. And quite frankly, there's only been one other time when I was a little bit ashamed and embarrassed about some things that occurred here. And I think back when I was a kid and you had rules and you played sandlot baseball or sandlot football, and there was a debate going back, was he in bounds, was a foul ball, and we did a do-over. We don't do do-overs here. We have rules, and I appeal to you that when the rule says you cannot amend a budget bill without a resolution, that we adhere to that, and we stick to the rules and don't rely on do-overs and don't rely on partisanship. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman. And I would just subscribe to the point put forward by our budget chair that this bill does not represent any type of an amendment to an appropriations bill. It is a supplementary bill. Assemblyman Holzapfel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I understand what you just said, theoretically, we could have a supplement as big as, and basically as big as a budget, and could have that entertained and heard before the budget resolution is ever introduced, if that's my understanding of your ruling up to this point?
I beg your pardon?
If I understand what you just said, there is no, unless you've got information that we're not aware of, that there is no budget resolution having been filed. As far as OLS, right.
This bill does not represent a budget resolution.
But if this is designated as a supplement to the Budget Act, obviously it's talking about an act that doesn't exist at this point. The budget doesn't exist because there's no resolution as of yet having been filed.
Okay. Thank you, Assemblyman.
Okay. And if that's true, Madam Speaker, then the question would be, couldn't we then use the logic that would permit this to happen to basically expand, have as big a bill as we would want, and basically make that the budget?
Yes, I am not going to debate from the chair, Assemblyman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Having exhausted all speakers, we will now take a vote on the appeal that has been placed on the floor by Assemblyman Weber. A vote yes supports Assemblyman Weber's challenge of the Speaker, and a no vote supports the Speaker's position. Madam Clerk, please open the machine and take a tally. Have all recorded who wish to be recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, appeal for Assembly Bill 20 has received 32 votes in the affirmative, 46 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assemblyman McKeon, on the bill.
Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. And thank you for your assignment to the Appropriations Committee. A couple days ago, it was my first opportunity to sit there, the Chairperson Poe, and not being familiar with the chamber, I'd walked into the wrong door and ended up on the Republican side of the seats. And one of my colleagues was teasing me and said, "Hey, we'll take you over here." And Madam Speaker, for the most part, there are many instances where there are ways that I agree with our Republican colleagues. There will be a bill later today where I'll join with Assemblywoman McCose as a primary sponsor. People want us to move in a bipartisan way. But there are other issues, like this one, that define our differences as Democrats and as Republicans. We are talking about a one-year tax on money that's earned in excess of $1 million. Less than 2 cents on $1. Yet I hear one of my colleagues say that a money earner is going to be no longer incentivized to earn dollars based on 2 pennies for a dollar earned over $1 million. If that is what you believe in, then don't vote for this measure. I heard another of my colleagues indicate that this was pandering, that taking 100,000 senior citizens, those who are disabled, those who are unable to support themselves, and have them avoid a $310 deductible for medicine or a 114% increase on copay is pandering. I heard a colleague say that 600,000 income-eligible seniors who will be given $1,000 this year to deal with the highest raises in property taxes ever because of the budget that's been foisted upon us with cuts in aid to education and to municipalities, and called that pandering. All at the price of 2 cents on every dollar earned over $1 million. If that's what you believe, then vote against this and be on that side of the aisle. But if you believe otherwise, then vote with the Democratic Party. I say this, Speaker, millionaires certainly shouldn't be vilified in any way, shape, or form, no more than our hardworking teachers and public employees have been. They should be congratulated for their success. But their success comes because either they were educated in this great state, or because they use the workforce that's been educated by the taxpayers of this state, or because we, the 9 million people that live here, are the market that they sell their wares in.
On the bill, Assemblyman McKeon, please.
On the bill, this is as profound as a choice that we can demonstrate to the people of the state as to what we stand for as Democrats versus the Republicans, and I will proudly vote to support this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman McKeon. Assemblyman Albano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, like some of my colleagues on the other side, was also going to stay silent, but I felt compelled to speak because I've heard comments like theatrical rhetoric. I've heard blame put on this part of the body, and I've even heard insults made to this Democratic Party. I've heard a statement that we had a chance back in lame duck to vote on this piece of legislation. We didn't know then what was going to happen to the economy now. We also listened to governors' statements that said there would not be any senior cuts. We heard there wouldn't be any property tax increase. Now, when you ask a senior citizen if they've been paying $4,000 last year on their taxes, and now this year are going to be paying $5,200 or $5,300 because that rebate is not coming back to them, to me that is black and white. That is a tax increase on the most vulnerable people in the state of New Jersey. Around 660,000 senior citizens on fixed incomes. Now, I have a unique opportunity because I work in the supermarket business, where about 500 to 1,000 people walk past me every day. On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, it's Senior Citizen Day. So that is the majority of the people we see in the store. For the last 4 to 5 weeks, I have listened to at least 1,000 seniors who came up to me and pleaded with me to fight for their property tax rebate because they would no longer be able to stay in their homes. On Tuesday and Wednesday, during Senior Day, they come into the store because they get a $1 coupon off their grocery order. $1 makes a difference to them. How much is $1,300 going to hurt our seniors in the state of New Jersey? Now, in that whole time, neither in the store or in my office did I have one person who nets $1 million come into my office or into the store and say, do not reinstate the millionaire's tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblyman Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I have a question for the sponsor, if I may?
Yes, you may.
Reiterating what's been said already, this bill amends something that doesn't exist. Is that correct?
I'll defer to the parliamentarian and leadership on the technical issues, but if you wish to continue to obfuscate the facts of this bill, which are about seniors or millionaires, and you want to get into technical
I didn't see
details, that's fine.
I didn't see anything in millionaires in this bill. Could you point out to me where it is?
Read the statement.
I will read the statement. If you could read it for me, please.
I'd rather not.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at the PAD decision. You are aware of the provisions of the
Can you
Constitution.
speak into the mic?
I've never had the slightest difficulty being heard. You are aware of the provisions of the Constitution which say that every single nickel from the income tax must go into the property tax relief fund. Are you not?
No.
You're not aware of that?
I didn't hear what you said. Can you?
I said, are you aware that the Constitution insists that every single nickel from the income tax must go into the property tax relief fund?
Yes.
Where are you going to get the money to pay for this PAD amount?
Yeah, this would go. We'll look at A10.
A10 is income tax increase. Is that not correct?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I said A10 is an income tax increase. Is that not correct?
I believe you might be correct.
Does PAAD in any way, shape, or form affect anybody's property taxes?
I don't believe so.
So, in other words, this bill is unconstitutional?
No, it's not.
Cool. Ipsa Dixit. I'm impressed. Now, let me ask you a question about just the provision of this bill only applies to seniors and the disabled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the definition of a senior citizen, if I may?
Over 65.
So if someone is 64 years old and not disabled and has exactly the same income as their neighbor who's 66, they don't get a nickel on this bill, do they?
Right. Correct. If the governor didn't cut all of the rebates, which he said he would restore, I guess they would have been made whole.
But my point is you're not providing a nickel's worth of rebates for anybody who's not a senior citizen or disabled. Is that correct?
We're proposing to give rebates to people that the governor has not given them to.
I understand that. And
the governor doesn't want to give rebates to anyone.
I understand that. So you've chosen some group of people at a certain particular age level, regardless of their income vis-a-vis their neighbors. Is that correct?
As you have chosen to give tax breaks to millionaires and chosen them over the 600,000 seniors, yes.
As I recollect, it was your party that put in the provision that said that the tax cut would be temporary, but I may be wrong about that. Let's go back to the income levels. Again, how much is the income level on this particular bill?
For seniors and disabled?
For seniors and disabled.
Which program? Are you talking about the
A20,
rebates?
the only bill that's on consideration right now.
The rebates or PAD?
The rebates or the PAD. It doesn't matter. Pick one.
Okay.
Let's take the rebates, which may actually be constitutional.
Okay. No, we want the rebates, $150,000. $150,000.
So again, a senior making $150,000 will get a rebate?
Yes.
And their next door neighbor making $50,000, only $45,000 will not?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Their neighbor who's only making $50,000 and is 45 years old will not?
That's correct.
And you think that's fair?
I don't think it's fair that the governor would say when he was a candidate for governor that he was going to restore all the rebates. I don't think it's fair that members of your own party said that it was a tax increase if you got rid of rebates. And said it was an attack on the middle class.
Are you willing to do that,
I don't
sir?
think that's fair at all.
I appreciate that.
So I'm in total agreement with your members and the governor when they were candidates and last year when they said getting rid of the rebates. Well, sir. So can you at least listen to me without shaking your head?
Well, could you answer the question, sir?
I am answering the question.
No, you're making a speech about the governor. I'm asking you to defend your work.
I'm making a speech about choices. You asked me about choices, sir.
Correct.
I'm telling you about choices. We're making a choice between 600,000 seniors and disabled or 16,000 millionaires. We choose the 600,000 seniors, that are our most vulnerable citizens. You're apparently choosing 16,000 millionaires. Those are the choices we make.
Assemblyman, excuse me, your debate should be through the chair.
Okay, through the speaker.
I apologize.
Through the speaker,
I apologize.
yes.
All right. So again, defending your own work as opposed to going and criticizing what somebody else is doing. This bill makes no provision for anybody who is not a senior citizen. Is that correct?
Or disabled.
Or disabled. That's correct?
That's correct.
Now, assuming A10 were to pass and we were to have X hundreds of millions of dollars, your view is that money should be sent to senior citizens as opposed to be used to return school funding to its previous levels?
There are choices in life.
And
we have to make choices.
I understand
the choice that we have said, that I have framed here today, is between 16,000 millionaires or 600,000 seniors.
Or it might also be between school children and the seniors. And in those cases, you choose the seniors. Is that correct, through the speaker?
We're talking about the bill, Madam Speaker.
Right, on the bill.
We're not talking
Assemblyman.
about what could have, woulda, shoulda. We're talking about the bill.
Madam Speaker, on the bill, if I may. Very briefly. The simple fact of the matter is that politics of envy is what got us into this problem in the first place. You look across the nation, whether it's New York, California, New Jersey, or any place, those states which choose to see a portion of their citizens as legitimate targets for redistribution of wealth, which take from the makers and give to the takers, find themselves in consistent and in virtually irreparable fiscal holes. California's in a pit, New York's in a pit, and we're in a pit. And the one thing we share is a massively progressive income tax. Now, frankly, that's not on this particular bill, but since everybody else has been going out of appropriation, I hope you give me some latitude on that.
I'm a fair speaker.
The simple fact of the I would never have suggested otherwise. The simple fact of the matter is that when we take money from A and give it to B, the only thing we do is kill the economy. Not long ago in Maine, the liberal Democratic governor imposed upon the liberal Democratic Assembly and Senate to pass a bill cutting taxes on those horrible, awful, nasty, miserable rich people. And when asked why, he replied very simply, before you can have employees, you must have employers. As a person wiser than I once said, the best social program is a job. We need to have jobs in this state. Tax increases on those people who would give those jobs are a major mistake, and we shouldn't enact any legislation which relies upon them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Assemblyman Carroll. Being that there are no other speakers in the queue, Madam Clerk, please open the machine. Open the machine. Take for a vote on A20. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded and properly recorded? Madam Clerk, please close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 20 has received 46 votes in the affirmative, 31 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill Assembly Bill 20, having received 46 votes in the affirmative and 31 in the negative, and no abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Where's the A10 script? And where's Peroni and his ruling?
He's coming. This is only for the purpose for answering which the press and all that. He's going to say no.
Well, this is going to move very quickly here.
No, this isn't about the bill still being This is just the point where later when they say it's they still have the ability to do it. That wasn't what Kate's point was that we're in the right ultimately. So it's not just because that happens again. That's what happens. Yeah, but that's
no, what I don't. Members, bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passes, Assembly Bill 10, sponsored by Speaker Oliver and Majority Leader Cryan, increases gross income tax rate on income exceeding $1 million for taxable year 2010.
Majority Leader Cryan.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your leadership on this issue and your sponsorship. Madam Speaker, I stand here before you today in support of 600,000 seniors and disabled citizens in this state who would be devastated by the tax increases, the fee increases that are proposed under Governor Christie's budget, and that I hope, sincerely hope, that by the end of this day, that you will all put partisan politics aside, stand with me, and do the same. Madam Speaker, we know we're going through difficult times, but our seniors have been left to fend for themselves. And Madam Speaker, that is unconscionable. To our governor, giving the rich a tax break is a new twist on the meaning of shared sacrifice. But ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, shared sacrifice means everyone is in this game. Everyone has to pay part of New Jersey's sacrifice in this fiscal year. And when one counts the numbers, one is quite simply awed by the priorities that we've heard so far today. Madam Speaker, you as the sponsor, myself as your co-prime, stand here, I believe, with a majority of Democrats who say shared sacrifice includes 16,000 people who make a seven-figure income, who, quite frankly, aren't all the small business owners that we've demagogued about in previous times, who, quite frankly, are the people in investment firms, the big money folks. They can afford to pay a little more, Madam Speaker. How much more? As my colleague in the last debate, Assemblyman McKeon, so rightfully pointed out, about 2 cents for every dollar that's made over $1 million. And what does that do for us? What does that guarantee? Madam Speaker, as you know through your sponsorship of this bill, this enactment of A10 will guarantee the elimination of Governor Christie's plan to force senior citizens to start paying expensive deductibles for life-saving prescriptions. And just as importantly, as we talk about the quality of life in this state, the affordability for the people in this state, it will allow those same seniors to stay in their homes, to go to the grocery store. Hopefully they can all go to Nelson's grocery store if that helps them out. But let's make sure that we understand what we're doing here is providing food on the table, a roof over our head, and life's true necessities. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, the only campaign promise I've seen the governor keep is the one about a tax break for the rich. He says this latest plan pushes a property tax increase on seniors, and our plan couldn't be any more different. Today, we guarantee property tax relief and health care assistance for senior citizens, while again doing the right thing, ensuring everyone is part of the formula that's called shared sacrifice. The facts speak for themselves. The governor looks to balance this budget, frankly, on the poor, the seniors, the middle class. This must be changed, and this bill, A10, does that. It's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. Our seniors living on the edge of poverty simply cannot afford for us to do any less. We'll hear again and again that it's a tax increase, but no, it's really not. It's the same as these 16,000 folks paid last year. And we'll hear more debate about how the jobs are going to leave or we're affecting small business. But we, Madam Speaker, we understood, we heard the governor's call that this might impact small business. So we looked and we changed the formula. And we said, let's not use 400,000 as a barometer. Let's use those folks who literally make a 7-figure income, a net income. And let's be clear, Madam Speaker, when the governor says he won't sign a budget that doesn't include a tax increase, well, come on. All right, this budget, whether it's massive cuts in property tax relief, in income tax increases for the working poor, or higher fees for business, nursing homes, hospitals, the disabled. Governor Christie's budget plan raises taxes and fees throughout every corner of New Jersey. Madam Speaker, I ask today, as we look upon ourselves, that we say what's important to our values. We've heard stories, whether it's Assemblywoman Quigley and others, about people who truly need the opportunity for financial support to stay in this state. Let's not diffuse this debate. Let's not argue over process. Let's have a debate over where you stand. Do you stand with 16,000 who can afford to pay a little bit more, or do you stand with 600,000 people who truly need it? I've heard one of the colleagues say this is political theater. I have to tell you something, Assemblyman. I don't think the seniors can afford to play. I think they need the help now, and the only act I want to see in a theater is a senior having the opportunity to go to the bank and cash a check which is going to keep them in their home. And to my friends and my colleagues, as we move forward in this debate, let's remember one set of numbers and one more fact. An analysis prepared by OLS says that under the Christie plan, a retired couple, retired, and I heard somebody suggest over here maybe they should just go back to work. I don't think that's a good idea. A retired couple living on a fixed income of $40,000 would see a $1,320 increase in taxes, while a family making $1 million would receive a tax cut. Yes, that's correct, a tax cut of $11,598. This one, my colleagues, this one, Madam Speaker, is a question of priorities and values. This is, in fact, the people's house. On this vote, let's stand up for the people who need it the most in the state of New Jersey. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
Thank you, Majority Leader Cryan. Majority Leader Cryan moves the bill. Assemblyman O'Scanlan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it ironic, first of all, that my friends on the other side of the aisle both used to justify the fact that they did not pass this or re-up this tax increase during the lame duck session because they did not know what the fiscal conditions would be now. But on the other hand, when our governor says that he had to make some changes in policies he advocated before he knew the fiscal conditions, that apparently makes him the devil. That is hypocritical at its best. Now, regarding those pesky rich people who have the gall to want to keep their money, this whole show here today, and forget about claims of theatrics, it's just shameful, quite frankly. It's intergenerational warfare. It's socioeconomic warfare. It is populist politics at its worst. We saw at one of our recent budget committee hearings, there was a protester, and this protester had a sign that said, "What good are the rich if we can't tax them?" I fear that there's some people in this house, in this building, who share that belief. And the problem with that sentiment is that the rich, so-called rich, are the people that are responsible for the investment that create the businesses, which then create the jobs that we all claim to want to see happen, that we all know need to happen if New Jersey is going to climb its way out of the fiscal depths that it now finds itself because of the overspending and policies that we have practiced over the past 8 years. And the irony of the statement, can't tax them. And then again, I've heard today here that the rich need to pay their fair share. Are you kidding me? You don't have to look very far to do a simple analysis. The top 1/10 of 1% of income earners in this state pay 22% of the taxes. The top 25%, that's anyone making more than $90,000 a year, and in New Jersey that doesn't mean you're rich by any stretch of the imagination, pay 70% of the taxes. What would be their fair share? How high would we have to raise taxes for those folks on the other side of the aisle? So, okay, finally they've paid their fair share. I argue we may never get there. Not as long as there's some political gain to be had out of it. Now, if we look at the folks that are in these categories, and we do some simple math, and we compare our state to other states and the impact on the income of these people. Someone making multiple millions of dollars, who absolutely is rich, I'll concede here, can very easily pay $300,000 in tax burden, more than the same person in Pennsylvania. I don't care how much money you're making. $300,000 is a lot of money. Is enough money to incentivize you to get the hell out of Dodge, the hell out of New Jersey, and go somewhere else and save that money. Figure out how to make your taxable domicile in another state. And by the way, that's just Pennsylvania. If you figure out how to take yourself down to Florida, you could save the whole $500,000 that you'd have to pay in New Jersey. They have no income tax. The other thing I've heard today from a number of folks is that this is de minimis. These people won't notice this amount of additional tax. People, residents of New Jersey, need to beware of any politician saying they won't notice. Because every time we've had a tax that was created, a fee, a toll, or an increase in any of the above, we've been told it's de minimis. It's like the proverbial frog that's in the water as you turn up the heat a little by little. And the frog doesn't notice that the water's getting hot until he boils to death. It's the cumulative effect of all of these taxes, fees, and tolls and the increases that are absolutely finally forcing these people out of our state. As I have said here before, if we keep on squeezing the goose that lays the golden eggs in order to get more golden eggs out of it, eventually we're just going to strangle it, or we're going to force it to move to Pennsylvania where it's not getting strangled, and then there's no more golden eggs for anyone. And for that protester, so what good are the rich if we can't tax them? They are funding your schools. They are funding every tax break you get. They are funding every charity that you and people we care about are the beneficiaries of, we ought to absolutely care about keeping these people in our state. Because we are possibly driving these people out of this state, and just think about how much money for every single person in multi-millions of dollars that we drive out, and there's not that many of them, but it only takes a few to make a big difference. As they leave, that increases the tax burden on the rest of us. Because of that, with this bill and the one previous that we just spent all these people's money on, we're hurting the very people the majority party is claiming to want to help. I realize living within our means, only spending money that we really have, is a whole new concept in this town. I'm proud of this administration and this governor for bringing that concept to the table. I join with him on inflicting this new sobriety to this process. My vote today on this bill and the one just previously is not a vote against seniors. It's a vote for fiscal sanity, something that the voters screamed loud and hard about during this last election. I will cast my vote no and proudly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman O'Scanlan. Assemblywoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of this resolution and stand in support of this effort that you and Majority Leader Joseph Prine have put forth. Someone has just recently referred to the rich as the pesky rich. I don't refer to them as the pesky rich. I refer to them as the financially fortunate individuals. And I believe that when the deal goes down and you have a choice, and that is when 16,000 can throw a lifeline to 600,000 for a mere sacrifice of less than 2 cents, that the majority of those individuals who are fortunate enough to be represented in that class of 16,000 will do so. If we look at the notion of what happens to the highest income earners in the state of New Jersey, based upon whether or not we had the surcharge on those with the $400,000 plus income, or what we are proposing to do today, the facts simply don't support the fact that those individuals have left New Jersey. In fact, the facts support that from the time of the so-called surcharge to this day, that more of those at the bottom 20% of the earnings stream have left New Jersey, while more people at the medium income have entered into New Jersey. So I don't think that we should continue to belabor that notion that doesn't have any bearings in fact. I know that these are tough times. These are tough times for everybody. But in some instances, we're talking about whether or not there is a modicum of sacrifice, and maybe perhaps purchasing one Versace instead of two, or an absolute lifeline, whether or not an individual can make a decision to stay in their property, stay in their homes, that which they worked so long for, or buy their medicine. I don't think that those that represent the fairest of us all, the frailest of us all, and the elder of us all should have to make that choice. And I, for one, if I represented one of those very, very financially fortunate 16,000 in the state of New Jersey, would willingly recognize to whom much is given, much is required. And I would ante up my 1.7% of a cent on behalf of this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Watson-Coleman. Assemblyman Carroll.
No questions this time. On the bill.
On the bill, Assemblyman.
Madam Speaker, it is truly appropriate that the majority advances this envy tax simultaneously with the release of the new version of Robin Hood. As I have not seen this latest edition, I rely for my knowledge of the plot upon the older work undertaken by Walt Disney. While many folks remember only rob from the rich to give to the poor, they forget the reason why the people were poor in the first place. And in the immortal words of Peter Ustinov playing the greedy governmental official, Prince John, taxes, taxes, beautiful, lovely taxes. Aha, aha. Yes, Madam Speaker, taxes caused the poverty in the first place. In good old Sherwood Forest, as here in New Jersey, the reason the people found themselves poor was that government had grown too big, too expensive, and too intrusive. There, as here, Rapacious government was the problem. There, as here, the solution to the problem lay in replacing those who believed in high taxes with those who believe in letting the people earn what they can and keep that which they earn. Around the nation, indeed around the world, people are coming to understand that which they should have appreciated from the start. Government is not the author of prosperity, but its mortal enemy. Recently, Senator Bayh, that well-known conservative right-wing Republican, observed, and I quote, "We cannot indefinitely share with the less fortunate resources we do not possess," unquote. Madam Speaker, a moral fiscal policy requires that we start off with the premise that the distribution of one's income and one's property is not the proper subject for a referendum. That which you earn or own belongs to you and to no one else. The product of your labors is not a collective asset, subject to arbitrary expropriation by politicians crassly seeking to buy votes with other people's money. No one is ever entitled to a share of what anyone else earns or owns. No one is ever entitled to anything he does not earn. The instant tax proposal, which takes a substantial amount of money away from those to whom it belongs, accompanied by the companion proposal to hand it out to folks who did nothing to earn it, is immoral in the extreme. Theft remains theft, whether that means or employed are bullets or ballots. Stealing money or property from he who earns it to hand it out to he who does not is simply beyond the legitimate authority of any government. But leaving aside the rank immorality of theft, the practical results of such policies demonstrate that a moral policy is also counterproductive policies. Consider, if you're unemployed and looking for a job, are you more or less likely to get that job after the government slaps a huge tax increase on your potential employer? If you are presently employed and looking for a raise, are you more or less likely to get that raise after that said gargantuan tax increase? If you are a New Jersey business considering expansion or relocation, are you more or less likely to locate in New Jersey when Pennsylvania's taxes are 1/4 as high? If you're rich and can easily afford a house in Florida, an enlightened jurisdiction with no income tax, can you imagine a greater incentive to relocate and to declare residence there than the perpetual graspiness of the present majority? Let's be clear, Madam Speaker. Democratic policies are, in fact, generally better for you if you're poor or unemployed, as Democrats see nothing wrong with handing you large sums of other people's money. But there's a catch. You have to be poor or unemployed to benefit. Fortunately, Democratic policies also guarantee that large numbers of people will be poor and unemployed. So, if you're poor or unemployed and you want to stay that way, by all means, support the majority's proposals. If, on the other hand, you prefer to be employed and prosperous, you know how to vote. Madam Speaker, essentially every state which embraced the envy-based soak-the-rich tax policies now suffers from precisely the same problem: economic collapse. Instead of obsessing about how to redistribute other people's income and other people's wealth, we should adopt freedom-based policies to encourage wealth creation. That will benefit everyone. Yes, it's perhaps possible that the rich can afford it. But lately, actually, Mr. Speaker, that's their call. It's not the call of the majority to make that, because they can also afford to leave, and many of them have. Our state motto, Madam Speaker, says it all: liberty and prosperity, because our forefathers understood that prosperity is impossible without liberty. Economic liberty means being left alone to earn what you can and keep what you earn. Ensuring freedom is also the way to ensure prosperity. And prosperity, Madam Speaker, benefits us all. Finally, Madam Speaker, some folks argue that this tax is only temporary. It will have little to long-term effect. That's what they said last year. Perhaps they weren't lying then. Perhaps they truly believed that the tax will only be temporary. This tax will not be temporary. Next year, faced with precisely the same economic doldrums that socialist policies always create, the same members who voted for last year's temporary tax and who are supporting this proposal will be advocating to extend it further for lots of other programs, which programs will be made necessary by the economic policies like this tax. It's a vicious cycle, Madam Speaker. Leftist policies destroy the economy, then they use the resulting economic downturn as an excuse for more leftist programs. It's called a death cycle. We see it in Greece and in Europe. We're in the middle of one right now. Our only hope for escape rests in reversing these envy-based policies of the recent past and returning to our roots. Liberty and prosperity, Madam Speaker. Give us the former, we'll give you the latter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman Carroll. Assemblyman Green.
Thank you very much, Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate you and Majority Leader for bringing this issue to the floor. It's very, very important. Normally, Senator Malone, I'm very careful how I say things, but it really makes me feel good to see you on the hot seat. See all of you on the hot seat. Reality is, let's face reality. When we talk about anyone making over $1 million, let's get real. They can care less. A person who's living on a fixed income is either they pay the rent, or they eat, or they just don't have it. I'm just going to share with you real quick the difference in, I have two brothers. One, he happened to live in a senior facility that the governor visited yesterday. He couldn't wait to get me on the phone. He said, hey, guess what? He's changing his ways. He's really going to help the seniors. I think I might want to vote for him. I said, wait for the other shoe falls before you say that. Then I had another brother who lives in California. He's been very blessed. He keeps a very low profile. He works for the Jacksons. He called me a couple of weeks ago. He says that, Jerry, they're making more money than they ever dreamed of because of the fact that the family now is doing very well because of what happened to Michael. But the reality, I said, let me ask you a question. How much longer are you going to be out there? You ready to come back to Jersey? He said, are you serious? I said, well, my understanding is taxes out there are outrageous. He said, Jerry, look, let me explain something to you. The people who I travel with, they can care less about taxes if they're making money. So anybody in the state of New Jersey that's making money is not going to leave. And I like to feel the position you have put us in terms of the mom and pops, the ones that are making between $400,000 to $1 million. At first, I wasn't showing them any sympathy, but I can understand that. Because this day and age, with a household of two, they might fit that category. But $1 million and over, and let me tell you something. I can look over there and look everyone you in the face. You've got to own up to it. This is going to hurt some of the people that have put you in office. And one of the things he said yesterday, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes. The reality is that when you talk about one brother who was so happy, the fact that the governor is going to give him a little bit more money, and another brother who's in an atmosphere that money means nothing because people are making money. So anybody making $1 million over, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry, and the reason why I'm supporting this is because just like I'm blessed, every day now I've got to wake up and worry about my kids and my grandkids. Or they're going to get a chance to be blessed. And those opportunities are leaving all of us real quick. But reality, our generation has been very, very blessed. But when we look at our kids, our grandkids, I've taken care of my mother for 30 years. In fact, I took care of my mother for 30 years. She passed away 10 years ago. I'm so happy I was able to help her take care of her. Because in her generation, she was basically part of the Depression generation. Now I got to worry about my grandkids. And all of us in that category. So let's begin to look at not talking about what happened in the past, because one of the things I'm happy we don't do, we don't bring up what George Bush did for the last 8 years in Washington, because that's history. We don't need to talk about Corzine. We don't need to talk about what we did last year when we didn't do the right thing. We need to talk about the future. That's what I want to talk about. The reality, how can we help people? The governor got his hands tied. The governor's got a tough way to go. But the reality is that let's not forget the people who are going to depend on the decision we're making. And today, I hope we make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblyman Chisano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree that we need to concentrate on the future, but if we don't learn from the past, we're bound to repeat it. And just like to say a couple of things. I have some trouble with my notes because some folks have already mentioned some of the things I was going to say, and I don't want to repeat them. But I think of George Carlin, and I know most of you are familiar with him, when he spoke about the oxymoron, civil war, almost pregnant. For the mothers out there, easy labor. One of my favorites, jumbo shrimp. And the one that all of us are very familiar with, temporary tax. I'm voting no on this bill, Madam Speaker, not because I believe in tax breaks for the wealthy, but because I believe we need to cut spending. And that's what this is about. We can attempt to reduce to the ridiculous by saying, oh, you're choosing between 16,000 wealthy or 600,000 seniors. But this is what it boils down to, Madam Speaker. Do you believe in raising taxes, the Robin Hood economic theory, or do you believe in cutting spending? That's the choice that we're faced with. Now, I'm voting no for this bill, not because I don't care about grandparents in New Jersey, but because I care about the grandchildren in New Jersey. I'm voting no on this bill not because of 16,000 people, but because of the 8.7 million people in the state and the 3 million people who pay income tax. And I'm voting no on this bill because the bill is the antithesis of the November 2009 election, where the residents of New Jersey said no to bigger government, said no to more spending, and no to more taxes, and yes to lower spending. And it's been mentioned that people don't leave just because of higher taxes, but that's really not the reality. I have clients who still keep their home here, but become residents of Florida for income tax purposes. So they physically may be here 179 days out of the year, but they're paying taxes elsewhere. And let me be clear, short-term fixes such as these rebates have not solved the long-term problems we've been facing. It hasn't worked in the past, it's not going to work in the future, any more than Novocaine will cure a rotten tooth. Sometimes long-term solutions require making very tough decisions, which are necessary, but may not get the people reelected. I'm voting no to this bill not because of partisan politics, but because history has taught us that raising taxes hasn't worked, doesn't work, and will not work in the future. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome is the definition of insanity, according to Einstein. So I'm voting no, not because I worry about getting reelected, but because it's what the people of New Jersey have said, go to Trenton to do. It's the right thing to do, and I think all of us should respect the voters of the state of New Jersey and not worry about November 2011. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Thompson. On the bill.
Several times during the discussions here today, the question has been raised that if the members of the Democrat majority felt that this was necessary to have this tax extended, renewed, etc., the question was raised, why didn't they do it last year, November or December? The responses, one individual responded, well, we didn't know what the fiscal condition would be this year. During the Appropriations Committee hearing, another member made the same statement and added, well, in addition, the governor was running for election at that time, and he was saying that, hey, I'm proposing to cut taxes and so on, so we wanted to give him a chance to do what he'd do. Well, I hope that member, will keep supporting the governor and keep wanting to do what the governor wants to do. I think that's the only time he wanted to do that. But for them to say that they didn't know what the fiscal condition would be this year, when as early as November and December, OLS was projecting there would be hundreds of millions of dollars of shortfall in the current fiscal year, maybe up to $1 billion. They were already projecting there would be at least an $8 billion budget shortfall for the coming fiscal year. So to say they didn't know what the fiscal condition would be is truly disingenuous, as has been said earlier. It has also been said that the governor is giving the rich a tax break. Over $11,000 a year, it was said. Well, it also, as the statement's been made, this is not a tax increase. Well, as a consequence of the legislation enacted last year, the surtax of last year expired December 31st, 2009. January 1st, 2010, the maximum tax rate reverted to 8.97%. As we stand here debating this bill today, the maximum tax rate is 8.97%. There's nothing in the governor's budget proposal to modify that. So how one can say the governor is giving the rich a tax break is beyond the scope of my imagination. If anyone has given a tax break, as they're looking at it, to the rich, it was the Democrat majority that passed a bill last year that said the surtax would expire as of December 31st. And again, when they say this will not be a tax increase, as we stand here, the maximum tax is 8.97%. If this is enacted, it will be 10.75%. So to say he's not changing it, this changing it, his not changing it is an increase, this changing it is not an increase, this has to be some form of new math that I missed out even though I had a math major in college. I'm not sure, again, where we're going with all of this. We do have a major problem out there. We have an $11 billion budget deficit this year. And as has been seen, year after year after year, continuing to increase revenues, increase taxes, to put in one-shot revenues does not resolve our problems. This is a one-shot deal here. Next year, we would not have this money unless we come in with another, hey, we're going to do it one more year. I mean, one more year, one more year. Hey, why don't you just go ahead and make it permanent now? Because you're not solving any problems. We need to solve problems, not keep putting them off for another year, another year, another year, and that's exactly what we're doing today. So, you speak of the rich and wanting to hit them. Well, there are some people that have $300 or $400 million here. A former governor, for example. Now, maybe what we should say is, there's only a certain amount of money people should have. If they have 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, obviously that's more than they spend in their lifetime. They don't need anymore. Currently, these people pay really about 45% of their income in taxes, because here in New Jersey they're paying about 9%, and you pay 35, 36% federal tax, so they're paying 45, 46%. So maybe what we should say is, okay, they're paying 35 or 36% federal. Anybody that has more than $20 million, we will make their tax rate 65 or 66%. They'll pay all their money to us. They don't need it, and we'll give it to somebody else. That'll really encourage them to stay here and bring jobs. We need jobs. People need to work here. The people we're talking about here are the CEOs. They're the business owners and so on. They don't have to stay here. It was said, we're only talking about 2 cents on a dollar. Well, you can take the strongest beam in the world. That beam has a maximum load it can hold. And if you put that maximum load on there, and then if you just drop one feather on it, that feather can cause that beam to break. It's the same way with these affluent individuals. There is so much they will take, and after that point they will say, hey, I'm not going to pay you 8.9% in New Jersey, nor 10.75. I'm going to go to Florida. I'm going to take my jobs with me. I'm going to go to Pennsylvania. I'm going somewhere else. You've broken the back, and the jobs will go. We need jobs more than anything else if we're going to bring our economy back. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rabel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, I think the one way we are going to finally get out of the deficit we are in is clearly from revenue and economic development. And I think another tax is just going to create another ripple effect. And I do want to focus back to small business. When we say we're not hurting small business, There are major corporations and manufacturers nationwide and worldwide who are scouting locations to bring their businesses. They look at New Jersey, and they just find that we are going to be creating 116th new tax in 7 years. And they say by the time they build a manufacturing plant with our people, our building trade people, building that building, building that factory, by the time they're done in 4 or 5 years, we might be at 130 taxes. And their CEOs of those corporation manufacturers might be in the 7-figure salary, and they're not going to want to come here because they're not going to be getting the money that they fully deserve because they're going to be overtaxed. But let's talk about what if they do come here, and that manufacturing plant is created. Then we have our dry cleaners, our diners, delis. Those are all small businesses, grocery stores. They're all businesses that won't be created, housing. So I don't think 116 tax is what we need right now. And I ask, are we that desperate for one time to get $630 million for the years after to maybe only collect a third or half of that because we were that desperate to get that $630 million this year? So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will respectfully be opposing the bill today. Thank you.
Senator Albano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I just felt compelled to speak. One thing that I did hear from the other side was that we need to cut state spending, and I think everyone in this room agrees on that. And I think that we as a body, that's what we should be concentrating on, is cutting spending. And I do agree with a lot of the tax cuts, the cut spending that Governor Christie wants to do. And actually, Assemblyman Thompson, I think, left the room, but to comment back in November, I don't even think the Department of the Treasury knew then what May was going to be like. So how can I, as an assemblyman, know what the state of this state is going to be in 6 months later? I was hoping, and I was trying to be optimistic, that things would be better. The unemployment rate did drop. Still need a lot more to do. But if I would have known then that Governor Christie was going to cut the rebates to the seniors, believe me, I would have co-sponsored this piece of legislation. I also heard a colleague say that the millionaires pay for our schools, they pay for our roads, they pay for everything else. The last time I looked, the property taxes that our seniors were paying included about 68% going towards education. Don't our seniors pay also through their taxes? We all want to cut state spending. And you are right, there might be some of those millionaires, a small portion, that may leave the state of New Jersey. But I asked the gentleman Saturday who was talking to me in the bank and said, Assemblyman, if I do not get my senior rebate, I may not be able to pay my taxes. That gentleman can't pay his taxes. I said, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave the state of New Jersey? And he said, I won't be able to, because I won't be able to afford to leave. Thank you. I am standing in support of this legislation.
Senator Weber. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge this legislature to break its addiction to taxing the people of the state of New Jersey onto the unemployment lines or out of the state. I think the debate has been illuminating, however, as to the motives as to why this bill is on the floor. We have heard speakers in the majority revel in putting his friends on the hot seat. I thought the sponsor of A20 was about to climb over a couple of desks in his zeal to get out his talking points and bashing Governor Christie. And I heard one member on the other side of the aisle take offense at insults to the Democratic Party. I didn't hear those insults to the Democratic Party. What I heard was a recitation of the majority party's record over the last 8 years. And if you have a mirror held up to your record and you find that to be an insult, I think that's a statement on your record, not on the conduct of the people conducting the debate. This debate isn't held in a vacuum, Mr. Speaker. This debate is being held in the context of a state that imposes the highest tax burden of any state in the Union on its people. And 115 times over the last 8 years, the Democrats have raised taxes on the people of the state of New Jersey. Those tax increases include increases on the income tax, on lottery winnings, property taxes, businesses, cigarettes, alcohol, insurance, employees, new construction, televisions, litter, parking, sports tickets, CO2 emissions, sales, luxury motor vehicles, clothing.
Why, could I ask my colleague to please stay on the bill?
Assemblyman Weber, will you kindly stay on the bill, please? Thank you.
Will do. Just trying to put it in perspective, Mr. Speaker, and I'm almost done. I know it's a long list, but we're almost through it.
I know you're a lawyer, but this is the Speaker's house.
So if I said telephones, tires, realty transfer billboards, that would be okay. Let's leave it. Tax increases. I only got through a few of them. Do we really think one more tax is going to solve our problems in this state? One more? When is enough for the people of the state of New Jersey? All right, so what did we do with the tax money that we got? Not we, you, the majority party. You spent it all. Spent it all, and you left us with the largest budget deficit in the nation this year. Did it help us close or solve the property tax problem in the state? No. This money is supposed to go to property tax relief, but we had 115 tax increases in the last decade, and we watched property taxes in this state go up 70%. Your tax increases destroyed jobs. The last decade in New Jersey was a lost decade for private sector employment. This is right on the bill. This is a tax increase that is going to destroy jobs, and I am pointing out to the body, Mr. Speaker.
Can I get a word in, please? Thank you. Okay? One more time, stay on the bill. And when I ask you to stay on the bill, do me a favor, don't keep going, stay on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to talk. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, are you done?
Okay. As long as we understand each other. One more time.
Right.
Stay on the bill, please.
And we are talking about a job-killing tax increase. And how do we know it's job-killing? Because we've seen what tax increases have done to this state in the last decade. Last decade was the first decade since the 1930s where we actually lost private sector employment. And now we want to do more of the same. 9.8% unemployment in the state today as a result of our tax increases in the last decade.
Mr. Speaker, how many times do we have to get up? Can we stay on the bill or not?
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a job-killing bill. Now, I wouldn't want to talk about the record either if I were the majority party, but that is the fact. Let's talk more specifically about the bill.
Host. The bill.
Let's talk more specifically about the bill.
When you talk about those other issues, that is not addressing the bill. So do me a favor, be a little bit more specific, stay on the bill.
I respectfully disagree that talking about how taxes destroy jobs when you're talking about a tax increase is off the bill.
Well,
be that as it may, let's talk about some issues that are maybe Mr. Cryan will find a little more germane to the debate. We know that tax increases on the wealthy chase population away, especially the most productive of our citizens. In Maryland, according to the State Comptroller's Office, the creation of a new 6.25% tax bracket for those with $1 million in taxable income resulted in 1/3 fewer individuals making over $1 million in the state. And relying on just a few taxpayers, as we're suggesting, to foot the bill for our priorities ultimately leads to larger budget deficits in the future. When California faced a $14 billion budget deficit in 2003, a major cause of the deficit was what they dubbed millionaire migration, due to the high top income tax rate, 9.3% then. Out of the 25,000 or so seven-figure income families in California at the time, more than 5,000 left in the early 2000s.
Mr. Speaker, could we somewhere here? We're talking about California now. Could we come on back? Come on back.
I don't know if you're going to comment on that, Mr. Speaker.
You know, you're good.
Okay.
You're very good.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Mr. Speaker.
You waiting?
For,
Stay on the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am not going to be stopped
No,
by suggestions that discussions of what the effect of a tax like this will do to the state of New Jersey, based on the evidence that has happened in other states, that is germane to the bill. And if you can try to shut down debate on it if you'd like, but I think everybody who will listen to this and judge it fairly would say this is directly on the topic that's before us. As I was saying, more than 5,000 families, seven-figure income families in California left in the early 2000s, and the loss of their tax payments accounted for about half of the budget hole in California. Now, the point I want to make especially and drive home is that a tax like this will wind up hurting the very people the majority party suggests they want to help. I want to reference an essay by Hans Decker. He's the president of the Community Foundation of New Jersey, a charitable organization that tracks charitable giving in our state. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure everyone can hear in the chamber.
Will everybody take their conversations to the back? Salvage, you can't leave the floor, so take it to the back. You have 4 more minutes, so I'm going to do the best I can listening to what you have to say.
Does that count the time that Mr. Cryan spoke, or is that just my 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, 4 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And try to stay on the bill in those 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about the effects of the bill, according to Mr. Decker. Mr. Decker writes that from 2004 to 2008, New Jersey lost almost $1 billion in expected charitable giving as a result of a significant decline in the amount of wealth moving into the state and an increase in the amount of wealth leaving. That decline represented a loss of $400 million per year in charitable giving in New Jersey. These dollars represent real families, Mr. Decker writes. From 2004 through 2008, more than 10,000 households that would typically give $50,000 or more to charity per year left New Jersey. At the same time, only 1,000 households of the same means and philanthropic ethic moved in. These are scary numbers for our nonprofit community. Individuals are responsible for over 80% of the charitable giving in our state, while foundations and corporations are responsible for less than 15% of the total amount. It is during this economic recession, when our charitable organizations need to help a growing number of people with basic needs like food, shelter, and clothing, that we most need our charitable families. In addition to the charitable giving, wealthy households, while a relatively small proportion of the population, play a valuable role as members of our civic and nonprofit community by serving as volunteers, trustees, and as role models for charitable giving for younger generations. And yes, the flight of these families has everything to do with taxes. Mr. Decker writes, any serious discussion on this problem and its solution must include a careful look at those elements of New Jersey's tax structure that impact charitable giving. This includes the lack of a state tax deduction for charitable giving and a state tax exemption, and our income tax rates, including the, quote, millionaire's tax, end quote. As one attorney explains, the income tax raises the issue of leaving the state, and the estate tax seals the deal. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I think we've seen today that we have a spending problem in our state. We spend too much. But we can't solve a spending problem by spending more. We have a tax problem in our state. We tax too much. We can't solve a tax problem by taxing more. We already have the most overtaxed state in the nation. And today, those who support this bill will only make that situation worse. They won't solve the budget deficit. They won't solve our property tax problem.
Mr. Hanlon, excuse me, Mr. Weber, your time is up. In fact,
I got 2 more sentences, Mr. Speaker, if you let me finish. I think it's the unused time that Mr. Cryan consumed.
Well, no, I gave you that time too. In other words, exactly. Yeah, you were like 2 minutes over, so I gave you the time that I felt that you entitled to.
So I should speak now and come
back?
back?
Can you wind it up if you don't mind, please?
I'll wrap it up, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Supporters of this tax won't increase the number of jobs in our state, nor will it increase charitable giving. What this tax will do is make New Jersey less affordable and less prosperous, and I urge its defeat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Hanlon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my colleague covered just about everything related to California, and I'll say this real fast at the risk of being off the bill, and that is that California resorted to printing money, which is something we might have to consider next. But that's, in fact, not my comment on the bill. I just want to make one point regarding philosophy or ideology, because that's come up a few times during this afternoon's discussions. And what I want to say is this. Whenever government is in crisis, and of course New Jersey is in a perpetual crisis, it's very easy to shout, to the barricades, let's tax the rich, or let's tax the sort of rich, or let's tax the corporations, or let's tax some other abstract group of people. And the reason it's easy to say that is because it sounds very progressive. And the tenor of today's debate has been, that side of the aisle is all progressive, and this side of the aisle, we're all against progress. We're all a bunch of Neanderthals. But in fact, I suggest that it is the exact opposite. That continuing the policy of government by money grab is nothing but a defense of the status quo. It is not change. It is not forward movement. It is not being progressive. It is simply continuing to do what has failed over and over and over. Our seniors, who have the benefit of understanding history, know that better than anyone else. What they need is stability and predictability in their lives and in their financial situations, and a one-time gimmick, another Band-Aid, won't do it. We all know what will happen. We all know that if this tax were to be put into place, it would be there in perpetuity, and it would be accompanied as we go on by more and more taxes on more and more amorphous groups, defended more and more passionately by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. So again, I hope that we will not pass this tax because, and I'll end on this note, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we continue doing this, we continue along this path. Give folks in New Jersey another few years of this kind of approach, and there will no longer be anyone left with assets in this state even to care.
Thank you. Senator Brandick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking across the aisle for some help on a question. What do I do as a practical matter with the phone calls I've received? And I've heard some phone calls that some of my colleagues on the Democratic side have received. Phone call, neighbor, has a major business in downtown Newark. He indicates to me that if he moves to Pennsylvania, the reduction in tax is 66%, North Carolina 14%, Florida, at least with respect to income tax, 100%. He's ready to move. He calls me and says, what are you doing? Next call. Fellow has a hedge fund, works basically through the internet, can work anywhere in the country from a computer. Calls up and says, hey, what's the state of New Jersey doing to keep me here? My question to my colleagues across the aisle, how does this help retain the businesses that support our economy? How should I answer that question? Should I say, give us 1 more year, give us 2 more years, we're working on keeping you here, help me?
Senator Renato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday a story ran in the Bergen Record, which is right on point. I want to make that statement right up front. I'm not going to be off the bill. I'm on the bill with this story. The article is written about, and it's titled, A Wealth of Reasons to Leave the State. Makes a very compelling case about why this particular bill will force people to leave the state. It is not just another tax that people will sit idly by. What you have is a story beginning with a family who is moving to North Carolina. They plan to build a community-style home just a few miles from the beach. As residents of an upscale residential community, the couple will have access to tennis courts, golf courses, a swimming pool, all while cutting their property taxes by nearly 90%. 90%. As far as the income taxes are concerned, as New Jersey's income and property taxes have continued to climb, many families are asking just how much can you save by leaving, and more importantly, is it worth it? Well, they did a case study, and Assemblyman Bramnick actually mentioned the 3 states that are mentioned in the article a moment ago. You can save up to a whopping $63,000 a year at the $1 million income level. Is that significant? Well, that certainly is significant when you consider the fact that there's many people who don't even make $63,000 a year. So will you leave the state based on this tax increase, increasing that number even more? You bet your boots you'll certainly consider it. And it was mentioned a moment ago that somebody who is in a lower income level can't choose to leave the state. You're right. But these people can choose to leave the state. And they've chosen to leave the state. And in fact, the objective study done through Boston College mentioned just recently that $70 billion in assets have left the state with these exact same type of people in this income category in the last 6 years. Is that compelling? I think it's compelling because, you know, these are the same people that own the nursing homes, the adult daycare centers, the ambulance services, those services that our seniors are depending on that we're supposed to be helping today. And in fact, we're going to drive the people who own all those types of businesses right out of the state. And so they're not going to be here to serve the senior citizens of this state. You know, the senior citizens don't want to just have the Band-Aid approach of rebates. They want to have property tax reform, as all citizens do. We're fooling ourselves into believing that if you just put another Band-Aid on it, it's going to go away. At the end of the day, this tax will do nothing more than drive more people from our state who we need to depend on for job creation, support services. And it was mentioned a moment ago, even the donations that go to the charitable organizations that help out our lower income people, including our senior citizens, those funds are being depleted because we are driving these same citizens out of the state. And if you just take a moment to look at that article from yesterday, and there has been countless articles before this, but this certainly should make the case that this is not the time to pass another tax. This is the time to find a way to cut our spending and find a way to actually reform our property tax structure in this state so that you don't have to worry about the Band-Aid approach any longer. That's why certainly I came as one of the top reasons to this legislature to try to fight the property tax problem, because it's a crisis in this state and it's got to be resolved. And this type of bill is not going to do anything to solve the problem at all. It's just another Band-Aid approach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Assemblyman Romano. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 10 has received 46 votes in the affirmative, 32 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 10, having received 46 votes in the affirmative, 32 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of past bills. Majority Leader Cryan, why do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the call of the House
be lifted.
The Majority Leader moves that the call of the House be lifted. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Assemblywoman Quigley. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We are now no longer under call. And members, we're now going to move to the consent agenda. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1064, sponsored by Assemblypersons Garcia and Gisano, eliminates award of attorney fees, filing fees, and costs for suit for technical violation of the Consumer Fraud Act.
Assemblyman Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblyman Garcia moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded and properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1064 has received 76 votes in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1064, having received 76 votes in the affirmative, 2 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1654, sponsored by Assemblypersons Greenwald and Tucker, requires DCF to provide information on home visitation resources and shaken baby syndrome to parents of newborn infants.
Assemblyman Greenwald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblyman Greenwald moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1654 has received 76 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1654, having received 76 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1585, sponsored by Assemblypersons Scalera, Quigley, Bergicelli, and Evans, clarifies immunity from civil liability for volunteers affiliated with Citizen Corp under certain circumstances.
Assemblyman Scalera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblyman Scalera moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded and properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1585 has received 76 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, 77 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1585, having received 76 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 914, sponsored by Assemblypersons Shivakula and Speaker Oliver, directs Chief Technology Officer in the Office of Information Technology to study and report potential benefits of expanding the use of electronic transactions.
Assemblyman Shivakula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill on my behalf as well as yours.
Thank you. Assemblyman Shivakula moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 914 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 914, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1050, sponsored by Assemblypersons Keanu and Wisniewski, upgrades the offense of engaging in unauthorized practice of law, creates civil action, provides that person convicted of the offense are barred from appointment as a notary public.
Assemblywoman Keanu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblywoman Keanu moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1050 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1050, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1944, sponsored by Assemblypersons Connors and Tucker, changes membership requirements of the Veterans Service Council.
Assemblyman Connors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblyman Connors moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine and take a vote.
She distracted me. Yes.
It doesn't always light up. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1944 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1944, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2288, sponsored by Assemblypersons Spencer and Catino, establishes crime of entering into certain restricted airport areas.
Assemblywoman Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblywoman Spencer moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 2288 has received 77 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Assembly Bill 2288, having received 77 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1052, sponsored by Assemblypersons Keanu, Crine, and Chivakula, requires state entities to purchase biofuels in place of fossil fuels when reasonable, prudent, and cost-effective.
Assemblywoman Quijano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblywoman Quijano moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded and properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1052 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1052, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1458, sponsored by Assemblypersons Wisniewski, Spencer, Watson, Coleman, Connors, Chisano, and Coyle, the Banking Development District Act.
Assemblyman Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblyman Wisniewski moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote.
Yes.
Are all recorded who wish to be recorded and properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1450 has received 75 votes in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1458, having received 75 votes in the affirmative, 3 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1839, sponsored by Assemblypersons Coughlin and Stender, permits candidates in any election to sign own nominating petitions and be circulator thereof.
Assemblyman Coughlin,
Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
you move the first bill.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Assemblyman Coughlin moves his first bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote.
Oh my God, it's going. Nice to be a member of the club.
Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1839 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1839, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 905, sponsored by Assemblyperson Shiva Kula, Speaker Oliver, and Assemblywoman Quigley, provides Bill of Rights for persons receiving services under the Congregate Housing Service Program.
Assemblyman Shivakula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblyman Shivakula moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 905 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Assembly Bill 905, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 828, sponsored by Assemblypersons Albano, Milam, and Wilson, establishes conflict resolution procedures through the Department of Agriculture for complaints against existing commercial fishing docks and fish processing facilities at established locations.
Assemblyman Albano.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of my co-sponsors, I move the bill.
Assemblyman Albano moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 828 has received 72 votes in affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 828, having received 72 votes in the affirmative, 4 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2200, sponsored by Assemblypersons Johnson, Connors, and Tucker, permits a child whose parents or guardians or guardian is ordered into active military service to remain enrolled in the school district where the child's parent or guardian resided prior to active military service.
Assemblyman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please move the bill.
Assemblyman Johnson moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 2200 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 2200, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2072, sponsored by assigned persons Quigley, Spencer, and Ramos, establishes procedures to prevent and eradicate bed bug infestation in certain residential property.
Assemblywoman Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblywoman Quigley moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Speaker, Assembly Bill 2072 has received 73 votes in affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 1 abstention.
Assembly Bill 2072, having received 73 votes in the affirmative, 4 votes in the negative, and 1 abstention, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2168, sponsored by Assemblywoman Veneri Huddle. Jaden's Law requires DHSS to prepare online brochure about the options to donate bone marrow.
Assemblywoman Veneri Huddle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill, please.
Assemblywoman Veneri Huddle moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 2168 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 2868, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2366, sponsored by assigned persons Veneri Huddle, O'Scanlan, and Biondi, concerns contracting and licensing procedures for certain organizations under contract with DHS and DCF.
Assemblywoman Veneri Huddle.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
Assemblywoman Veneri Huddle moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 2366 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Assembly Bill 2366, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1705, sponsored by assigned persons Bergicelli and Dancer, revises various off-track wagering provisions of the Off-Track and Account Wagering Act.
Assemblyman Bergicelli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of myself and Assemblyman Dancer, I move the bill.
Assemblyman Berzicelli moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1705 has received 75 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1705, having received 75 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 3 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2217, sponsored by Assemblypersons McKeon, Chisano, McCose, and Peterson, extends expiration date of special appraisal process for green acres and farmland preservation programs from 2009 to 2014 for lands in Highland region.
Assemblyman McKeon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of my co-sponsors, Assemblyman Chisano, McCose, and Peterson, I move the bill.
Assemblyman McKeon moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded and properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 2217 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 2217, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Resolution 75, sponsored by Assemblywoman Chiano and Assemblypersons Scher, Scalera, and Caputo, urges National Football League to select new Meadowlands Stadium as site of Super Bowl 48.
Assemblywoman Chiano, you're busy beaver today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the resolution.
Assemblywoman Quijano moves the resolution. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Resolution 75 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Resolution 75, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the resolution passed. Let the resolution take the usual course of passed resolutions. Bill on the clerk's desk.
Motion by Assemblyman Scher, resolved that pursuant to Rule 50:20, the Senate Bill 1745 be substituted for Assembly Bill 369, which is identical, and that Assemblyman Scher be joined as co-prime sponsor of Senate Bill 1745.
Assemblyman Milo.
Madam Speaker, I move this substitution.
Assemblyman Milo moves the substitution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
On third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 1745 prohibits misleading use of senior-specific certifications or professional designations in connection with sales of securities.
Assemblyman Milo.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
Assemblyman Milo moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Senate Bill 1745 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Senate Bill 1745, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
Motion by Assemblyman Greenwald, resolved that pursuant to Rule 50:20, the Senate Bill 733 substituted for Assembly Bill 1675, which is identical, and that Assemblyman Greenwald be joined as co-prime sponsor of Senate Bill 733.
Assemblyman Greenwald.
Madam Speaker, I move the substitution.
Assemblyman Greenwald moves the substitution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
On third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 733 expands permitted expenditures from Airport Safety Fund.
Assemblyman Greenwald.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
Assemblyman Greenwald moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Senate Bill 733 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Senate Bill 733, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the resolution on the clerk's desk.
Motion by Assemblyman Connors, resolved that pursuant to Rule 50:20, the SCR 40 be substituted for ACR 94, which is identical, and that Assemblyman Connors be joined as co-prime sponsors SCR 40.
Assemblyman Connors.
Madam Speaker, I move the substitution.
Assemblyman Connors moves the substitution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
On third reading and final passage, Senate Concurrent Resolution 40 requests and encourages institutions of higher education to become members of the Service Members Opportunity College Consortium.
Assemblyman Connors.
Madam Speaker, I move the resolution.
Assemblyman Connors moves the resolution. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, SCR 40 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 40, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1216, sponsored by Assemblypersons Rudder and Adiego, establishes crime of initiating a false Amber Alert.
Assemblyman Rudder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill on behalf of myself and Assemblywoman Adiego.
Assemblyman Rudder moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a tally. For a vote.
Yeah, it says first.
Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1216 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Assembly Bill 1216, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
Motion by Assemblywoman Veneria Huddle, resolved that pursuant to Rule 15:20, that Senate Bill 515 be substituted for Assembly Bill 928, which is identical, and that Assemblywoman Veneria Huddle be joined as co-prime sponsor of Senate Bill 515.
Assemblywoman Veneria Huddle.
Madam Speaker, I move the substitution.
Assemblywoman Veneria Huddle moves the substitution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
Third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 515 permits physicians and veterinarians to earn continuing education credits by providing certain free medical and veterinary services.
Assemblywoman Veneria Huddle.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
Assemblywoman Veneria Huddle moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Speaker, Senate Bill 515 has received 75 votes in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 2 abstentions.
Senate Bill 515, having received 75 votes in the affirmative, 1 vote in the negative, and 2 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1678, sponsored by Assemblypersons Greenwald, Prieto, and Catino, establishes a New Jersey home buyers tax credit program under New Jersey gross income tax for home purchases during a qualified period.
Assemblyman Greenwald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Assemblyman Greenwald moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally. Oh. We will consult with the minority leader. We were told it was back off of non-consent. Okay, the verdict is it is on consent, Assemblyman. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1678 has received 66 votes in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, and 3 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 1678, having received 66 votes in the affirmative, 8 votes in the negative, and 3 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 1169, sponsored by Assemblyman Rival, removes licensing requirement for recreational bingo games.
Assemblyman Ribel.
Madam Speaker, thank you for posting the bill, and please move the bill.
Assemblyman Ribel moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 1169 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in negative, and 0 abstentions.
Something's wrong with Alex's light. Assembly Bill 1169, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
Assembly Resolution on third reading, final passage, Assembly Resolution 17, sponsored by Assemblypersons Amadei on Palestina, requests Commissioner of Transportation to designate current departmental employees as next-gen liaison.
Assemblyman Amadeo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Assemblyman Palestina, I move the bill, please.
Assemblyman Amadeo moves the resolution. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, AR 17 has received 77 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention.
Assembly Resolution Number 17, having received 77 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 1 abstention, I declare the resolution passed. Let the resolution take the usual course of past resolutions. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading of following passes, Assembly Bill 515, sponsored by Assembly Persons Amadeo, Palestina, and Connors, expands the provisions of Operation Recognition to veterans of the Korean and Vietnam conflicts.
Assemblyman Amadeo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Along with all the co-sponsors and other primes, I ask you to move the bill.
Assemblyman Amadeo moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 515 has received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 515, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of past bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
Motion by Minority Leader DeCruz. Resolved that pursuant to Rule 15:20 that Senate Bill 1429 be substituted for Senate Bill 2542 is identical, and that Minority Leader DeCruz be joined as co-prime sponsor of Senate Bill 1429.
Minority Leader DeCroce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the bill.
Minority Leader DeCroce moves the substitution. All those in favor?
Sorry, I meant the substitution.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
On third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 1429 exempts use of citizens' band and two-way radios by operators of commercial motor vehicles from prohibition on use of handheld wireless telephones or electronic communication devices while driving.
Minority Leader DeCroce.
I move the bill.
Minority Leader DeCroce moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Senate Bill 1429 has received 76 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Senate Bill 1429, having received 76 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of past bills. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Resolution 63, sponsored by Assembly Persons Amadeo and Albino, urges FDA and Interstate Shellfish Sanitation Conference to work collaboratively to improve shellfish safety.
Assemblyman Amadeo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Along with Assemblyman Albano, I move the bill.
Assemblyman Amadeo moves the resolution. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, AR 63 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Assembly Resolution 63, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the resolution passed. Let the resolution take the usual course of past resolutions. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 2282, sponsored by Minority Leader DeCroce and Assemblyman Bramnick, creates alternate voting members on county agricultural development boards.
Minority Leader DeCroce.
I move the bill, Madam Speaker.
Minority Leader DeCroce moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 2282 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Assembly Bill 2282, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I am directed by the Senate to inform the General Assembly that the Senate has passed the following bills: S. 1287, S. 1813, and SCR 102.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
Motion by Assemblyman Dagnan, resolved that pursuant to Rule 50:20 that Resolution 102 be substituted for Assembly Resolution 127, which is identical, and that Assemblyman Dagnan be joined as co-prime sponsor of Senate Resolution 102.
Assemblyman Dagnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please move the resolution.
Assemblyman Dagnan moves the substitution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
On third reading and final passage, Senate Concurrent Resolution 102 expresses support for submission of DOE's application for Federal Race to the Top grant.
Assemblyman Dagnan.
One more time, Madam Speaker. Please move the resolution.
Assemblyman Dagnan moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, SCR 102 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 102, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading, motion by Assemblyman O'Scanlan, resolve it that pursuant to Rule 50:20 that Senate Bill 1287 be substituted for Assembly Bill 2573, which is identical, and that Assemblyman O'Scanlan be joined as co-prime sponsor of Senate Bill 1287.
Assemblyman O'Scanlan.
Madam Speaker, I move the substitution.
Assemblyman O'Scanlan moves the substitution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
On third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 1287 makes possession of treasurer of school monies optional.
Assemblyman O'Scanlan.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
Assemblyman O'Scanlan moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, S. 1287 has received 78 votes in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Senate Bill 1287, having received 78 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills. Members, we are now going off consent. Resolution on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Joint Resolution 36, sponsored by Assembly Persons Riley and Conaway, designates August of each year as Immunization Awareness Month.
Assemblywoman Riley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the resolution.
Assemblywoman Riley moves the resolution. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, AJR 36 has received 73 votes in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Assembly Joint Resolution 36, having received 73 votes in the affirmative, 5 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, I declare the resolution passed. Let the resolution take the usual course of past resolutions. Bill on the clerk's desk.
On third reading and final passage, Assembly Bill 973, sponsored by Assembly Persons Johnson, Catino, Watson, Coleman, and Evans, creates Juvenile Transfer Task Force.
Assemblyman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please move the bill.
Assemblyman Johnson moves the bill. Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, Assembly Bill 973 has received 63 votes in the affirmative, 13 in the negative, and 2 abstentions.
Assembly Bill 973, having received 63 votes in the affirmative, 13 votes in the negative, and 2 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of past bills. Bill on the clerk's desk.
Motion by Assemblyman Egan, resolved that pursuant to Rule 15:20, that Senate Bill 1813 be substituted for Assembly Bill 2624, which is identical, and that Assemblyman Egan
Excuse me, members, can we have order in the chamber?
And that Assemblyman Egan be joined as co-prime sponsor of Senate Bill 1813.
Assemblyman Egan. Assemblyman Egan moves the substitution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. So moved, Madam Clerk.
On third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 1813 reduces employer unemployment taxes on fiscal year 2011.
Assemblyman Egan.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill.
Assemblyman Egan moves the bill. Assemblyman Schroeder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for letting me address the Assembly this afternoon. As a small business owner in New Jersey for the past 25 years, I am terribly concerned with the cost of doing business. In fact, as I travel around the state of New Jersey and I see everybody's constituents, whether I'm in North Jersey, whether I'm in Western Jersey or Southern Jersey, businesses are moving out of state, to New York State, to Pennsylvania, to Delaware, to North Carolina. New Jersey is not a business-friendly environment anymore. The Unemployment Insurance Fund, I cannot support this bill. If we do some investigation in this, we'll find out since 1992, $4.6 billion of my money and all the business people here in the state of New Jersey has been legally raided from this fund. If this money was put back in there and wasn't touched, that fund would be solvent today. This bill here is a temporary fix. It's a Band-Aid approach. As a businessman, I believe in forecasting. I forecast 2, 3, 4, or 5 years ahead. I would like to know what the unemployment insurance rates are going to be for those years going forward. You know, we have Nelson's Supermarket. We have big department stores. We have a big casino, gaming, and resort business in the state of New Jersey. It's not fair to all the businesses in New Jersey to use a Band-Aid approach on this uninsurance plan. Madam Speaker, I would like to make a motion to return S 1813 back to a second reading for the purpose of substitution.
Is there a second on Assemblyman Schroeder's? Yes. Assemblyman Weber, you're the second. Majority Leader Cryan, why do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to table the motion.
The Majority Leader moves to table the motion, seconded by Assemblywoman Quigley. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, even though the nays are louder.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Yes, yes, Assemblyman. We will provide a recorded vote. Would you please, Madam Clerk, open the machine for a tally? Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, motion to table has received 46 votes in the affirmative, 32 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Motion to table passes.
Same thing? Oh, well, he only could do one thing. So they probably didn't know which one they wanted to do.
Assemblyman Schroeder.
Speaker, thank you. Under this bill, employees that are terminated for misconduct can collect unemployment after 1 to 6 weeks. I would like to amend this bill so that any employee terminated for misconduct does not receive unemployment benefits.
Assemblyman Majority Leader Cryan, why do you rise?
I rise. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the motion.
Yes. Is there a second to Assemblyman Schroeder's? Assemblyman Weber. All right. Thank you. Assemblywoman Quigley. Majority Leader moves to table the motion, seconded by Assemblywoman Quigley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Assemblyman, would you like a machine vote?
Yes, please.
All right. Machine vote, please, Madam Clerk. Please open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded? Properly recorded. Madam Clerk, please close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, motion to table has received 46 votes in the affirmative, 32 in the negative, and 0 abstentions.
Madam Clerk, open the machine for a vote. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Oh. Light will not work. We're in good shape. Are all recorded who wish to be recorded properly recorded? Madam Clerk, close the machine and take a tally.
Madam Speaker, S 1813 has received 46 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 32 abstentions.
Senate Bill 1813, having received 46 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 32 abstentions, I declare the bill passed. Let the bill take the usual course of passed bills.
I have an amendment. I have an amendment. Oh, gosh. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Where do you say that?
Assemblywoman Lampert, why do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I would like the record on Assembly Bill 2405.
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
Assembly Bill 2405 was introduced on March 4, 2010, and referred to the Assembly Higher Education Committee. On May 6, it was reported from committee with amendments.
I move the bill be moved back to second reading for the purposes of amendment.
Assemblywoman Lampert moves the bill back to second reading for the purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
The amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Oh, I'm next. Assemblywoman Lampert moves the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
On second reading as amended.
Okay. Thank you. Assemblywoman Quijano, why do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I would like the record on Assembly Bill 2545.
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
Assembly Bill 2505 was introduced on March 18th and referred to the Assembly Appropriations Committee. On the same day, it was reported from committee.
I move the bill be moved back to the second reading for purposes of amendment.
Assemblywoman Quijano moves the bill be moved back to second reading for purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
The amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Assemblywoman Quijano moves the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
On second reading as amended.
Assemblywoman Quijano, why do you rise?
Got another one. I had the record already. You never Here, another one. It's two. It's the same script, but she doesn't know what bill.
Oh, okay. I just did 2 files. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I would like the record on S923.
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
S923 was introduced on January 19th, 2010, and referred to the Senate State Government Wagering, Tourism, and Historic Preservation Committee. On February 1st, it was reported from committee. On February 22nd, it passed the Senate by a vote of 39-0, and on February 25th, it was referred to the Assembly State Government Committee. On May 13th, it was reported from committee.
I move the bill be moved back to second reading for purposes of amendment.
Assemblywoman Quijano moves the bill back to second reading for the purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
The amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Assemblywoman Quijano moves the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All
Aye.
opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
On second reading as amended.
Assemblyman Bershatelli, why do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like the record on Assembly Bill 1700, please.
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
Assembly Bill 1700 was pre-filed for introduction and referred to the Assembly Consumer Affairs Committee. On March 4th, it was reported from committee with amendments, and on March 15th, it was amended on the Assembly floor.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill be moved back to second reading for purposes of amendment.
Assemblyman Bershatelli moves the bill back to second reading for purposes of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Assemblyman Bershatelli moves the amendments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
On second reading as amended.
Assemblyman Bershatelli, why do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'd like the record on Assembly Bill 2486.
No, it's not presented. This is one of the Portuguese bills. Want to know if she's going to see me. You know what? She's not presented. She's not even in the running. She's just something to talk to right now. But as far as the longevity,
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
I'm disappointed the Korean girl didn't work out. That was never going to work. The reason we had a good relationship was...
I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk, it was 2486.
Assembly Bill 2486 was introduced on March 8th and referred to Assembly Regulatory Oversight and Gaming Committee. On March 18th, it was reported from committee with amendments.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move the bill be moved back to second reading for purposes of amendment.
Assemblyman Bershatelli moves the bill back to second reading for purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Assemblyman Bershatelli moves the amendments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
On second reading as amended.
For Mother's Day, I went with my mom. It was probably Mother's Day.
Assemblywoman Milan. Assemblyman Milan, I'm sorry.
2 weeks ago.
Assemblyman Milan.
Madam Speaker, I'd like the record on Assembly Bill 2465.
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
Assembly Bill 2465 was introduced on March 4, 2010, and referred to the Assembly Consumer Affairs Committee. On May 6, it was reported from committee as a committee substitute.
I move the bill be moved back to second reading for purpose of amendment.
Assemblyman Milan moves the bill back to second reading for purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
The amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Assemblyman Milan moves the amendments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
On second reading as amended.
Assemblywoman Valerie Huddle.
Madam Speaker, I would like the record on Assembly Bill number 2740, please.
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
Assembly Bill 2740 was introduced on May 13th and referred to the Assembly Transportation, Public Works, and Independent Authorities Committee. On the same day, it was reported from committee with amendment.
I move the bill be moved back to second reading for purposes of amendment.
Assemblywoman Huddle moves the bill back to second reading for the purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
The amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments, please.
Assemblywoman Huddle moves the amendments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
On second reading as amended.
Assemblywoman Huddle.
Madam Speaker, I would like the record on Assembly Bill number 2505.
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
Assembly Bill 2505 was introduced on March 18th and referred to the Assembly Appropriations Committee. On the same day, it was reported from committee.
I move the bill be moved back to second reading for purposes of amendment, please.
Assemblywoman Huddle moves the bill be moved back to second reading for the purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
The amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Assemblywoman Huddle moves the amendments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it, Madam Clerk.
On second reading as amended.
Assemblywoman Casagrande.
Madam Speaker, may I have the record on Assembly Bill 1816?
Madam Clerk, please read the record.
Assembly Bill 1816 was pre-filed for introduction and referred to the Assembly Health and Senior Services Committee. On February 8th, it was reported from committee with amendments.
Assemblywoman Casagrande.
Madam Speaker, I move to place Assembly Bill 1816 back on second reading for the purpose of amendment.
Assemblywoman Casagrande moves the bill back to second reading for the purpose of amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the amendments have been distributed in accordance with the rules of the House. I waive the reading of the amendments and move the amendments.
Assemblywoman Casagrande moves the amendments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
On second reading as amended.
Routine business.
on record